Well, hello, everybody. Welcome back to another Wednesday Wacky Wild live stream where I fix computers live, and I don't know what I'm going to be fixing until you tell me. So I put 3 different laptops up on there, so you can vote. How are we doing? It's weird. My camera looks a little laggy. Is it laggy to you guys? It looks laggy on my preview here, so I don't know. Fireworks. Hello, live stream. Here we go. What's up, parts people? Don't forget to smash that like button. Nate's in the house. Greeting from New Zealand. It's science time. We do everything for science around here, people, don't we? What's up? Nate's time to raw dog. Not really laggy. Okay, so just let me know if the camera feels a little laggy, but the preview looks a little laggy to me. So anyway, camera looks good. Crackling? Uh-oh. Let me check. I was having issues with this earlier. All right, is that better? Did I fix my crackling issue? Okay, the audio should not be clipping now, hopefully. Is it still? Ooh, I hope it's not. Okay, we're good. Hope my mom's doing great. Had a great Mother's Day. She did. Oh, it's still bad. Okay, let me reboot my audio. That's annoying because I Okay, that should be a million times better, I bet. Okay, sound is off. I rebooted my audio. We should be good to go. Hopefully, that usually is what fixes it. I turn it off, turn it back on, unplug things, plug it back in. 100% better. You know what's annoying is that the fact that it sounds good right now, and then I had checked some recording that I did yesterday. I think I filmed it yesterday, yeah. I think it was crackling all day yesterday also. So, well, that's the way it happens sometimes. So I have really bad audio in one of my videos coming up, but it was an epic fix. I got to tell you that. I don't know if I should tell you, but you guys are here for the sneak peek. No, I don't want to tell you. I'll let you kind of. Gritty, 6 months? 6 months? That's crazy. I can't believe it. I can't believe. Does YouTube comments work? You can't comment on the video and think until it's done. Right now it's all chat, I believe. I believe. FR just subbed with his Prime sub. Thank you so much for that. I'm not getting the sound alerts, but I need to turn up my audio, I think. Let me see that. Much better. And then I'm going to put some tunes on in the background. Okay, so I hope everyone had a good Mother's Day. Did you see that picture I posted on YouTube? It was a motherboard and a daughter board holding hands. Oh, it was so cute. It was so cute. Budney just... Hello, good morning, good afternoon. A tier 4 for 4 months. Thank you for that. And JFix for 8 months. That was the coolest fan. JFix, you were definitely one of my coolest fans. Definitely. Thank you. So I have, we got a super chat coming in here. You had your reasons, but a lack of Sunday streams in the past 2 weeks hurt me more than you will know. Oh my God, Cool Breeze. OMG. Yeah, so 2 weeks ago I had a bowling tournament, so I was off, and then, yeah, Mother's Day. So we should be back on schedule for the next couple, whatever, until summer, until I go on vacations or whatever it is. But I appreciate the donation there, Cool Breeze. Empire Gaming Computers just used their Prime sub, so we got another Prime sub coming in there. Appreciate that. So yeah, if you have Amazon Prime and you want to support the channel, you can actually go to Twitch and then use your Amazon Prime to subscribe to the Twitch channel, and it actually kicks money to me, and it doesn't cost you any extra. So that's what a lot of people are doing if you see that Prime sub thing going on. Anyway, yeah. So the motherboard and the daughter board holding the hands, that was cute. Got an OEM charger for your laptop. Thanks. Well, no problem, Wayne. I had one of my subs came in today and bought something. It was Johnny V. Johnny V. I don't know if you're here right now, but it was nice to meet you. I'm glad you came by. And let's get going. So we have 3 laptops on the docket. We have about 4 minutes left on the voting, and I need to pull up my counter here. So the 3 laptops we have are going to be an M17R5, a 17R5. So those are going to be probably 10 years apart from each other, and or maybe not that far, and then a, what's the other one? M16R1 AMD. It's an AMD edition. Horn, thanks for the Prime sub. And so It's a mix, right? So we have one that's shorting out the charger. We have one that's a no power at all. And then we have one that the customer had opened it up, changed out the DC jack. When he put it back together, something sparked, and then he burned a chip on the board. So, you know, kind of a mix. Naf, thanks for the 2 months Prime Switch, Twitch. Prime Switch. You're here for my birthday. All right, Scott, happy birthday. Happy birthday there, Scott. Manuel, how are you doing? In the house. Come on, vote for the board. So, why is this is weird. I don't know. The voting window is really huge. I don't know if it's like zoomed in or something. Let me see if I can reset the zoom. Oh, there we go. So let me pull up the vote so you can actually see it, the polls, I mean. And it's not showing up. Interesting, interesting. Shall we count audio as the first fix? There you go, because we have to fix it. We turned it off and on again. Turned it off and on again. Let me fix this polls. The polls are not displaying properly on the screen. Let's see if I can fix this. YouTube. Okay, let's go back and see if the polls are showing up now. We got something wacky going on with my poll screen here. Ah, I know what's wrong. I know what's wrong. Sorry, I'm going to do a little side thing here because I'm trying to get it grabbed the wrong Twitch window. It's going to be which window? This one. There it is. There it is. Okay. All right, back on schedule. Okay, so we have the polls up there. Sorry about that. So M16R1 has an interesting thing inside, I don't know. I don't know. I've seen so many M16s broken, but this one is not the RAM power rail, so we've already vetted that, so it's going to be something different. Come on, people, vote for the M16R. Well, we fixed so many M16s, it's crazy. Super chat from Flossie. Would you ever repair a game console just for fun or something random or other Dell laptops? Or only Dell laptops? So as a business, I only do laptops, right? So that's what I do. Now, for science and for fun, I don't mind messing with something that it's totally out of my realm of expertise, because you guys love seeing me fail. You guys love seeing me make a fool of myself. So I don't know. I'm sure, maybe, I don't know. I definitely would not know any of the tricks. I wouldn't know like how to get it into a bootloader mode or trying to fix something, you know, I don't know. So, oh gosh. Please chat in English, people. I can't read any other languages. Let me get my coffee. So we have 1 minute left for the voting. And right now, the 17R5 with the burnt chips is winning on Twitch and on YouTube. And this laptop is from like 2008, maybe it's 18, but 17. It's an old laptop. The 17R5s are old. The M's are newer, and then the X's are newer. They don't have X's, yeah. So looks like the 17R5 won. Tazzy sent 5 gifted subs. Tazzy, you little dickens. So 118, Chuck and Marvel and John and Direct all got gifted subs. So you guys are in the house. Thank you for those gifted subs. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate everybody. Okay, so 2018 is the 17R5. So I guess it's still Windows 11 compatible, so it's not bad. What was second place? Second place is going to be 33% M17R5. So we're going to do 17R5, M17R5, and then that's 16R1. Daryl, thanks for that $2 sub donation there. Let me close out these polls. Okay, so let me talk to you guys real quick about who saw the video, the train wreck of a video, car wreck, train wreck, a video last Saturday. Anybody? Anybody? About 50,000 people saw it, but I don't know if it was you guys. All the resubs. Look at all those subs coming in. Thank you so much, Dennis. Yeah, so you saw it. Okay, so here's the thing. That one made me so, like, it was like I gave up, and then it pulled me back in. I gave up, and then it pulled me back in. It was like one of those things where I was like, okay, I give up, I'm done, right? I spent hours on it one day or whatever, and I set it down, and then I come back like a day or two later, and I'm like, well, let me just see what this does. And then it gets a screen, or something happens, right? And I'm like, ah! And so I'm not going to replace the CPU. I'm not going to do it, but that's probably what's wrong. Are you live? I'm live. Cass, I'm totally live. So anyway, so that's why it was like 4 days. I mean, I had like so much footage, and it was like almost 4 hours of footage to edit down to like an hour and 20 minutes, and still was just like. So anyway, I have the laptop right here. We could look at that later if anyone, but I think the consensus is it's screwed. It's broken. Give up. Probably a CPU replacement or motherboard replacement. So that's probably the consensus. Reball, I don't know if the reball would work. You know, that's why I was like trying to do a reflow, but it was like, do you think the reball technique idea would be like it only turns on when it gets warm or something, or when it's cold? Because that's what you would say, like the board changing kind of its flexure and then making contact with the ball or not. That's what I would think of reball, or if I twist the board. But the thing is, like, once it's on, it's on. Or that, wait, it doesn't, yeah, it's not even on. It's just like the screen comes on and it stops pulling. Anyway. Das, it's just sent a gifted sub too. Thank you. Thanks for that gifted sub. That was gifted memberships for everyone. So Jim, it's broke, he says. Block that spammer. You know what? I blocked the spammer with my head. I can't even see it. I'm not even paying attention to it. But yeah, if there's a spammer in there, get him out of here. You're out of here. Put him in timeout. Okay. We need to use the new rework station. Oh, I don't have a new rework station. Oh no, the reball station. I did that in the video. I refloated in the rework station. But I didn't do anything. It didn't help. I don't know. Wasn't even reball interested in the D-ball. Okay, we got green juice. I gotta get my green juice on, and then we're gonna start. So we already have our title set to the 17R5 from circa 2018. This is a customer repair. And this stream is sponsored by green juice, celery, cucumber, collards, lemon, kale, and chards. Yeah, like Swiss chards. So there you go. All right, let me grab that machine. I have it right here on the top, actually, in the stack. You've been watching Northwest Repair. He makes reballs that look easy. Yeah, and his setup is pretty good because he's like using just like a regular hot air station and a preheater. But what I think is different, he has really good stencils. Like the main issue that I'm having with a lot of these stencils I have, I can't get the stencils to work properly. Taking the chip off, putting it on is really like the smallest part of it, I think. But it sounds like a sink at the crystal. Johnny thinks it's a crystal. All right, so we need to get a new crystal. I'll put a new crystal on it and we'll try that. We're talking about maybe I'll just replace all the crystals I can find, because there is one next to the chipset. There's one near the GPU. Your 980 card finally died. Those 980s lasted forever. Chesty got a 7th month resub. Chesty, 7 months. Chesty, man. I think liquid metal is contacting the ball. So yeah, because there was a little bit of liquid metal going underneath that. So I need to shortcut the rules. Okay, so somebody needs to write me some rules, and then we can put a shortcut to them. I don't know how to do that, but that's a good point. Good call there, Sinan. So someone get on those rules, and then I'll somehow make it where it pops up. Okay, here we go. Here's our customer's note, and then we can do the intro and all that fun stuff here. But it basically just says, I replaced the bad power cable. So why do they think the power cable is bad? Think about that. That's a clue to me, by the way. I forgot to put the plastic back down, and when the chip got hot, it broke the power cable and fried the chip. So there's a lot of words here. Chip, got hot, it broke the power cable, and then fried the chip. Okay, so there's a chip on the board that got hot that fried the power cable, but when he put the power cable back in, I don't know. But on these particular machines, there's this, actually, do I have one? I think I do. Let me show you what the jack looks like. We got a gifted sub coming in from OD Lottery. So here it is right here. This is the DC jack for this machine. And I actually put Kapton tape across here because there's actually like a foil tape on here that's conductive. It's stupid. It's conductive. And it goes underneath the motherboard, but you're actually supposed to put it under this plastic film. And if you don't do that, the motherboard will actually make contact with this and spark it. So I think that's what he's talking about, where the cable made, he forgot to put the plastic down. So and maybe, I guess it's arced to the board. I don't know. We'll have to investigate that. So if that makes sense. Okay, what we got? Somebody and their burned and fried chips again. All this chip talk makes me hungry. All right, so here's the big beast. Look how big this thing is. It's ginormous. WP, what you got here? How to configure a Precision 55X and a 9500 for better battery life. Okay, this is the same machine I use. I have a primary AC use, and I did set the charge to 80% and discharge to 20%. So you're just talking about to not destroy the battery. Yeah, 80% is the cutoff for that, and then 20% would be the lowest. I mean, you can go down to 10% probably on the battery, but 80%. But if you're talking about battery life, longevity, like meaning the battery will last for many years, then yeah, you just don't want to charge above 80%. And then only charge 100% when you're going to use it on battery, if it's on primary AC use. Now, a lot of times you can just put it on primary AC use and it will control it itself. So, but then as for how long you can run on a battery, there's some optimization that you can do, like turn off GPU and stuff like that, and then just change the power settings, and then it will last pretty long on the battery. Tony does a lot of 3D printing with jigs and holders. Don't. Yeah, so do I. But he has more time on his hand, I guess. I don't know. I don't have time to do all this stuff. So, okay, y'all ready for this? You ready? You ready? Okay. Hopefully I answered all your questions here. 17R5. All right, new date, another laptop that needs to be saved, and this time we have an Alienware 17R5. Now, this is a laptop from circa 2018. Now, this customer said that the DC jack was bad. They replaced it, but forgot to put it back underneath the film, so it made contact with the board, ended up burning and arcing and causing some damage to the motherboard. So I haven't taken a look at this yet. Let's take a look together and see if we can get this figured out. Boom. Okay, we did it. The intro. Success. No repair questions in chat. You can point those to our Discord. If you want to throw a donation at me, a lot of times I will read it and then you will get some sort of answer. But coolest fans member John, thank you so much for that. Thank you. All right, so let me open the lid, and first thing we want to do is see if it turns on. Hit the power button. Nothing happens. Should we plug in the charger? That's the question. I don't know if we should plug in the charger or not. I'm assuming maybe we should pop the bottom off and make sure we don't have a short on the main power rail or something like that. I don't want to just sit there and slam the power in there, because if we do have a short, I'm talking about burn chips, you know what I mean? Now, burn chips can go a lot of different ways, right? But if it sends voltage where it doesn't need to go, then it causes more damage. So I'm not going to plug it in. I'm sure it's been plugged in a million times by somebody else, but we're not going to do it. And so we're going to open up the bottom. We'll measure the main power rail, make sure we don't have a short there, and then we can plug in the charger and see what it does. Now, oh, you know what? I think the customer sent a picture. That's right. Hold on. Let me see if I can pull up the email. I'm pretty sure he sent us a picture. Okay, give me a second here. That would actually help in context-wise. Save image as downloads. All right. Let's see if I can pull up this image. So they took a picture of the damage or the burnt chip. Yeah, it was like right before the stream, my tech was like, yeah, he sent a picture. Okay, so here it is. So this is the bottom of the motherboard, most likely. And you can see I guess that's the MOSFET. There's a hole in the MOSFET, and that's where the MOSFET was. Now, this most likely would not cause a short on the board, but I don't know. So the whole thing's put back together, which is kind of interesting. But hopefully they didn't put like every single screw in every single hole. But it does look like a kaboom or some sort of carnage. So we're going to get this thing taken apart as quick as possible. We're going to use our speed drill here because I'm built for speed. Built for comfort or built for speed? Which one is it? A little of both. Goodness gracious. Now on this machine, okay, so let me just kind of go through what I was hinting upon, right? Whenever they said the DC jack, I changed out the DC jack because it was damaged. And so why would someone change out the DC jack thinking it wasn't working, right? So if you're saying the machine's not charging, so I'm changing the DC jack, or the machine wasn't powering on, so I'm changing the DC jack. So that's the clue number one to me. then you didn't install it correctly, so then it ended up like arcing to the board. Okay, that's number 2. Now in these machines, there are 4 input MOSFETs. You got 2 in pair and a 2 in a pair, right? So we have 4. And one's on one side of the board, one's on the other side of the board, one's on one side of the board, one's on the other side of the board, okay? So what we just saw was actually one of the pair that are actually on the other side of the board. So theoretically, the thing should work with that MOSFET off of there. You can just take that MOSFET off and it would just work. You could also turn it around backwards like Soren does, and it would work. It would actually still, it wouldn't charge the battery, but it would still run off the charger, and then it would think it's charging the battery, but the power management chip wouldn't work properly. You mentioned if he glued the chip back on. That's true. He could have tacked it in the right spot. Did he send me the chip separately? What if I want to put that MOSFET back on there? He didn't think of that, did he? Pit crew represent. Zoop, 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 zoop. All right, so we got to get this back off here. People keep asking about this drill. This is an old drill from Dell. Used to have these in maybe the late 90s, 2000s, somewhere around there, and it actually has a box underneath my desk, a long cord. You can plug in 2 of these guns. They have different speeds, and they have a clutch setting, so you can set the tension where it stops right there. Wes, Prime sub for 2 months. Thank you. A tier 2 sub. Wow, thank you. And so anyway, I had a few of these around, so I have them on some of my workstations, but I don't sell them or anything. So people have asked me if I could sell it to them, but nope. Flick it. We got to flick it. Battery. Yeah, battery's right here. That's a good point. Let's flick it. Okay. Battery's out. Playing with it. Playing with it. I usually don't end up taking it off until later. So in the process of editing that hot glue video finally, that is a 2 hours and 45 minutes of live stream footage to cut down into something that is digestible. But apparently there's a lot of shenanigans in there in that live stream. So it's going to be fun. Oh, everything. Do you have a link to the drill? I'm telling you, this thing is like 20 years old. I think I got this, yeah, I got this before before I started the business. I think I got it. So that was 24 years ago. So yeah, this thing's like from the late 90s. Maybe I can tell you where the box is, the manufacturer. Like all the stuff is gone off of here, but you could take a screenshot. Have AI find it for you. Here you go. I'll hold it right here. You just take a picture with your cell phone and have AI find it. They're on eBay. You can find them. There you go. And I'm sure somebody will do it. AI is so smart. Found one on Amazon with a torque setting for a C note. $100. Yeah, these things, they're still proud of these things. Not a fan of electric screwdrivers for repair. So I only use these to remove the screws, and it's only on these big giant machines. So putting them in is not usually that good. And then also I can't, if on machines I can't really press down hard on it. That's the problem too, is because I want to have a good bite. You cannot get Twitch to change the emoji picture. It's updated everywhere else. Interesting. Are you talking about which picture though? Which emoji picture? I'm not familiar with Twitch enough. You got to ask the Twitch professionals. I just stream there. I don't know anything about anything else. Watch the occasional chess game. Seems a bit too powerful. Well, it has a clutch on it, so it's not too powerful. Built for comfort, built for speed. My icon picture. Ah, so you're going to have to ask AI about that. AI will tell you exactly how to change that out. So I don't like these machines that have this middle frame, but that's the way it is. Okay, so we got the middle frame out. I'm just going to leave this hard drive in here. Okay, so now we have accessed the motherboard, and we're going to go ahead and measure right here. We have some marks on those chips, but I'll show you where these MOSFETs are. Don't stall out your drill. It definitely will not stall out. It clutches before it stalls out. The thing actually has a pretty good amount of power. Okay, microscope. All right, so here's the 2 MOSFETs on this side, but these aren't in a pair, and you can actually see a solder ball coming out of this one right here. So there's going to be one here and one on the other side, and one here and one on the other side. And commonly on this machine, this first pair, one of the two, will actually go short or become a wire, right? So it actually shorts itself on and starts just passing current straight through, which means the machine will still power on, but it won't charge the battery. But it will say charging, but it won't pass any current. It's just strange, but it's mainly because the power management chip, or the power PMIC, is detecting a short and just not allowing it to happen or work or whatever. So this one is still intact on the board, but the one that's missing, I believe, is directly on the other side of the board from this one. And why is there a red mark on both of these? And who needs a solder ball? I got one right here for you. So what do you think about the red mark? Does that just means that they're just like checking it off? Like it's this one right here. We got a MOSFET right here that's damaged, I guess. So I think we're going to replace all 4 of these MOSFETs because that's really the safest thing to do. But when we were connecting power to get the amps, we didn't connect the power yet because we want to check the power rail, make sure it's not shorted. So we're about to check that right now, and then we can plug in the power. So let's go continuity mode. So we're going to be in continuity mode first, and we're just going to check the main power rail. This thing is huge. I'm having to bend way over here. So this is coming out of the DC jack, okay? And then going into these first inductors. So it's going to go through this first MOSFET, out that first MOSFET, and then to the next one, and then out this one. So here's our main power rail. We do not have a short on the main power rail, so we are 100% safe to plug this in, okay? And so we can go ahead and plug it in while we have it open right here and just look at the voltage. Should we keep our power meter at 12.5 amps? Look at that. I was working on something earlier today, apparently, that had 12.5 amps coming through it. So let me reset that. All right, I'm going to plug in the charger. Come on, baby. You ready? 3, 2, 1. Okay, we got an inrush of 570 milliamps, and then we have a resting current of 0. But if I measure right here, we have 20 volts coming in, 20 volts going through the first MOSFET. Is it making it through? 20 volts is coming out of the first MOSFET, and it's making it to the main power rail. So main power rail is energized with 20 volts, but we have 0 volts on the as a resting current. Interesting. Okay. So I'm saying, like, even with that MOSFET missing from the picture, it should work because it's basically this one's still on. Now, I suspect this one's shorted. How much you want to bet? Place your bets. This one's probably shorted. So I'm in continuity mode again. I'm just going to measure across it. Okay. Well, you should have taken that bet because it's not shorted. It's not shorted. Okay. I thought that would have been shorted. It's not even shorted across here. What about this one? That one's not shorted either. Wow. Wow. Okay, someone wants thermal. There's no thermal. Do you understand how thermals work? So if we go thermal, we're not going to see nothing. We're not going to see nothing. So those are all reflections. But basically, because it's not pulling any current, there's nothing to see. Nothing to see here. So that's kind of the problem with thermal cameras. If you're not pulling any current, you can't see anything. So we're just going to have to pull this board out so we can take a look at the other side. What do you think about that? Or actually, we could try hitting the power button. Come on, people. I didn't even think about that. Let me flip this over. We're going to try turning it on, actually. Because it was pulling 0, 0, but it didn't mean that it wasn't going to power on. Sometimes it was. Another inrush, 17 milliamps or something. I opened the lid, nothing's happening. I hit the power button. It's coming on. Wait. What does this mean? It's coming on. Okay, it's back off. Huh. We didn't even think about turning it on, did we? And the alien head or alien words are coming on. Alien head's on. You got a reflection there, but caps lock is doing nothing. I mean, it's moving around though. I can't believe we ain't got picture. This is weird. Okay, it's off again, on again. Now these post really fast. They don't have like a long CMOS reset. what voltage was their charger. I didn't even press F2 to get into the BIOS. What is going on? What in the wide world of sports? Okay, we have picture. I can't believe. Okay, so the thing turns on. I'm just trying to put together something in my head. What are we doing? What are we doing? What do you mean? We have picture. I can't believe. Okay, so here's their charger. The brand is AC adapter. I don't know. I'm assuming they're saying it's not charging. Maybe it doesn't work with this thing, with this company called AC Adapter. I've never heard of this company before. But they have a lot of certifications. That's not a good brand. Why would they name their company AC Adapter? That doesn't even make sense. Shenanigans, I tell you, shenanigans. Okay, let me turn this off. Let me plug the battery in for science. We'll plug in the charger in a second, but I want to plug in the battery. So we have no current. We're going to plug in the battery and see if it starts pulling some current. We have burnt components on the other side of the board, so you're going to remember we're still got to deal with that. But the thing is, it's two MOSFETs in parallel, so one of them's burned up. And it's charging the battery too. There's pre-charged current, and now it's charging the battery. Well, I think we found their problem. I think the charger must be busted. I don't know what they're talking about. Hold on, my brain is short-circuiting. Okay, so let's go backwards. They changed the DC jack out. Who's this person? Maybe they're in chat. Maybe we should call them on the phone. Joshua. Joshua, are you there? Okay, so if Joshua's here, then he'll speak out. But here's what I'm thinking. Okay, the DC jack must have been physically broken, and then they changed it out, and then caused that other issue. But the board, like, it seems like they would have wrote one more line that says, "But the laptop still works." Right? If the owner is here, speak. Get Soren's box, step 1. Soren's box, step 2. Soren's box. Step 3, put the laptop in Soren's box. Oh my gosh. I want to make a shirt that says that, actually. That's pretty funny. Oh my gosh. For science. Okay, is this real science? Okay, I'm going to boot into... No, it is charging the battery. So it's doing everything it's supposed to do. Let's plug in the charger, and then we'll pull the board while they fix this. BIOS is at 1.2. Is that the current BIOS? What version was on here? Or is 1.2 the version? I don't know. It's alive. See if it boots the Windows? Okay, that's a good one. I want to plug this shady thing in here. Oh wow, this cord even feels so like official. And look, it's like, it's short. It's so short. You're like, it's shrinkflation, I tell you. We're gonna make this cord as short as possible and with as crappy as materials as possible. That's the AC adapter way. Brand AC adapter, go. All right, I'll plug this in. So what about the damaged MOSFETs? No, we're just gonna say it's working. No, I'm just kidding. We're gonna change it out. We'll fix that. But I wanna see what's going on. So this is a 240 watt cord apparently. So I wanna cut the wire and see how thick the actual wires are. But let me plug it in. So what's great about the power meter that I built is that you can actually plug their customer's charger through it. So now we're on the customer's charger. 19.5 volts is our resting voltage. So I want you to pay attention to that, okay? We did this yesterday on an aftermarket charger, a fake charger. It started at 19.61, I think. And by the time it got to about 60% or maybe 80% of its usage or wattage, it was down to 19.11. So it was almost breaching 19. AC adapters aren't always 20 volts, so we don't have to think about that. It's basically 19.5 and above is usually what it is. Sometimes they're at 19.6. The newer Alienware chargers are the higher end wattage ones are going to be closer to 20 volts. Some of them are going to be a little bit less, but yeah. So we're going to watch for voltage sag. Oh yeah, you can also see the cord difference here. So this is a 240 watt cable, and this is a 240 watt cable, and it's a little bit different thickness, but mine feels like it definitely thicker wire for sure. All right, I'm gonna plug this in. So 19.5 volts is the starting. We're gonna see if it sags down. If it stays good, then it might be good. I don't know. It's charging the battery. Oh, we just lost 0.2. That's pretty excessive. Brand new AC adapter, Eddie. Nothing but the best, Clark. Okay, so it's charging the battery. What's wrong with this laptop, people? It's not even that it doesn't charge the battery with his. Oh, it's hurting me. It's at 19.09. Oh my gosh. And it hasn't even gotten close. It's only at 50% of its usage. So this is a 240 watt charger. It should go to 12 amps. Wow. Wow. 19.5, 19, whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. So we're at 19.0. I'm scared to hit enter. You want me to boot to Windows? Oh, we took out their SSD though. Should we put their SSD in there? I mean, they've been running it like this, so it's just like, I don't know. Here, maybe we'll just run diagnostics instead. Imagine trying to run the graphics cards like a 1080 in this thing, or 1070. All right. Oh God, voltage recession times. All right, let's see how low can it go. You know what I would need to put on here? Maybe I should have an extra window. It's called fake charger detector, and it shows the low voltage detection. Red fur mark, yeah. I kind of want to. I kind of want to. Why is there an RTC error? So we had the battery unplugged, the charge, all the stuff was unplugged. I mean, the CMOS battery was not unplugged, but time to overclock. Oh, shoot! Ah! Look, 19.5. Whoa! Whoa! I've never seen it that low before. Oh my gosh, this is so gross. This is the grossest thing I've ever seen. No wonder these MOSFETs are like, there's something malfunctioning. Shut off, shut off. Wow. So this thing should go up to 12 amps, right? Is that the math? Is that mathing for 240 watts? If we just divide 240 by 20 volts is like 12 amps. So there's your problem. There's your sign. There's your sign. I can't believe that. 19. Wow. Oh, is the cable hot? It's not the hottest thing I've ever seen. Oh, shoot. Look at this. Oh, my gosh. Here. Let me show you with this camera. My other power box is actually measuring it lower. 18.72. Because it's passing through both. And so this one's actually second. So there's a little bit more voltage sag. Look at that. Oh my gosh. There's a discrepancy on their shunts, so I don't know exactly which one is reading exactly right. I'm pretty sure the digital one on the screen is, but this is not regulation there. Wow. Oh Lord. Okay, so what do you where do you buy these things? Now, this is an Amazon special. That's what I call those. So whenever someone's like, I need a charger for my Alienware, and you just like look it up on Amazon, and Amazon has it, Dell charger compatible with all this stuff, and everyone's just like, one-click purchase. I got a new AC adapter. So, and this is an older machine, so it's like, I think it can handle being like this for a certain period of time, but I'm gonna go ahead and turn it off. The other machine that I was saying that had the voltage sag, and they were using a really nice, really crappy charger on a really nice laptop, it was an X15R1 or 2, you know, whatever. It would cost about $1,000 to replace the motherboard. Not worth it. Not worth it. It's like a Temu AC adapter. Temu. It's pronounced Temu. Oh yeah, it is a little warm. Yeah, sure was. Ooh, the tip is really warm. Yeah, the tip. I don't think this tip's regulation either. 20 volts is overrated. All right, now do you want to see a real charger in action? Real charger in action, Eddie? So I'm going to plug in my real charger. That one's starting at 20 volts. You want me to do one that has lower voltage? This one has lower voltage. There you go, 19.87. Okay, so pay attention to what 19.87 is. All right, Okay, so it went down to 19.82 when it started charging at 3 amps. So 19.7. So what have we lost? 0.1? We lost 0.1 so far. Keep the tip. Cut the rest off. Cost me 120 pounds for a 300 watt Lenovo charger. I believe it. I believe it for real stuff. So we were at 19.08 at this amperage before. Oh, one of the fans aren't working. I don't know how we missed that. Maybe I'm smothering the fan. All right, let's try this again. So what did we say? 19.87, right? Is our resting current, our voltage? Let's see how low it can go. To do the GPU, we'll have to boot into a test OS, but I can do that for you if you'd like, for science. It's only for science, of course. Good money for some scrap copper. You know what I love to do with AC adapters that are fake? Smash them open. I know you've seen me on the stream. I either smash it with a hammer or I take it and I swing it like this and then slam it on the concrete floor to open it up. Whoa, that's a lot of words. Whoa, Major. Whoa. Michael Dell founded the company in 1984 as PCs Unlimited, or PCs Limited. While a 19-year-old freshman at the University of Texas was operating out of a dorm room for only $1,000 of money, by the time he was 27 in 1992, he became the youngest CEO in a Fortune 500 company. Thanks for the videos. That's right, Major. That's right. So what did we get down to? 19.72. So there you go. So we lost 0.14. So not much voltage sag there, huh? So if we got up to, if we pulled the full 12 amps, we'd probably only sag down to 19.6 or something, 6.5 or something like that at most. The office space treatment. Yeah, so Dell was actually started a few blocks from here. The Dell campus is, or the now Dell campus is more in Round Rock, but right up the road, literally half a mile up the road, is where they built all the Dell warehouses and offices and stuff like that in the 80s and 90s. So, okay, did everyone get their science out of this? 200 watts is crazy. 19.7 looks pretty good. Okay, so that's my charger. Now we just got to pull it apart and fix it. Now here's what's going on. The MOSFET that's missing is absolutely required. And I just want to feel how hot this one is because we're only running through one MOSFET. Ooh, that one's hot. Okay. So out of these two MOSFETs, this second one is the hotter one than this one. I don't know if we're going to be able to tell. We got blazing saddles pointing at, I can't tell. It's all moving around. Let me plug in the charger and see if it shows us a little bit better while it's charging. But one of these MOSFETs should get hotter than the other because it's only going through one. It's not going through a pair. All right, 3 amps charging. Charge coil on. So give me this first one. Surgery time. It's time to take it apart and start cutting out some pieces we don't need. What if I just put another MOSFET on top of this other one, then we don't even need to open it up? We'll just piggyback it. 2 MOSFETs for more efficiency. Oh wow, the battery cable's getting hot. Look at this. This oh my gosh, it's a fake battery too. Look how hot that battery cable is. Eddie, I think we have a problem again. Is this a real battery, Eddie? No, it's not a real battery, Eddie. Why do I keep saying Eddie? It's because of National Lampoon's Vacation. So this is an aftermarket battery he has in here, and so the battery's getting hot. It's definitely new and fake. Fake, 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 fake. Oh my gosh, it's in the 70s now. So do you think that's the problem with why the MOSFETs blew out? Fake battery, fake charger? Time for an explosion. It said refurbished on the bottom of the case. It sure did. Sure did. Look at that. Refurbished. I don't know what year that was, but wow, we're in the 70s now. That's crazy. 99 watt hour. Yep. You have a lot of, I doubt this thing, you know, whenever they put 99 watt hour, you know that's not what it is for, or how long it's actually going to last. Oh my gosh, it keeps going up. Power management chip you think is having to handle a bunch of stuff here. Oh, Lotto gave another buck. Thank you for that, Lotto. Better cable insulation. I mean, look how hot, it's just getting hotter. It's not stopping. Is the battery getting hot? If it is, I need to get the heck out of this building. I mean, the board's not on, but it's still hot from earlier. Or is it on? Should it be on? No, it's just hot from earlier. 66. Whoo, that can't be good. Okay. Fake, 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 fake. All right, enough of this. Let's fix this MOSFET. Yes, hydrate, Nathan. I'm hydrating with coffee and green drink. All right, so what's the next thing? Take out these screws. All right, refurbished from where? Refurbished from who, Nigel? All right, oh yeah. We gotta stop. The first thing we have to do, unplug the battery, flick it. The second thing we gotta do is on this model, the LCD screen connector is on this side, and a lot of people will pull the motherboard out and rip the LCD connector off. Not me. I'm gonna unplug it first. Unplug it. 99. I got 99 saggy watt hours, but my OEM battery ain't one. Need some solder balls? Flick the battery. Don't. I needed a shirt with that. Flick the battery, I think. More 99 saggy battery hours. 24 karat connector. It's worth some money. This thing might be worth more than that. Does it have, what does it have, 32 gigs of RAM, DDR4? Now that you mention it, I've included an extra battery with my laptop, but I don't remember which one is real. Uh-oh. Scary. Scary. Refurbished from a fake Amazon refurbishing department. I'm sure there's plenty of those out there. Okay, all this last connector here. We need 64 megs or gigs minimally in this machine. 99 watts on the wall. 99 watts on the wall. Take one down. 98 watts on the wall. That's a hard rhyme there, by the way. Daryl, you're freezing up. Your live chat screen is blurry. Well, I don't think anybody else is getting any. Oh, you got lag? Ooh. Uh-oh. Twitch stream looks good. All right, and the motherboard is mine blurred too. I have no drop frames, and I still have 10 megabits going up, so. And the motherboard is out. So, here's what I want to look at. I'm just going to set this here momentarily. See if I can rotate this. So here's where our DC jack comes in. It actually goes through this crack in the board right here, plugs into the motherboard. But it comes around, goes like this, and kind of routes its way to the back, okay? I don't know if you can make that out clear enough, but here we go. And so it's plugged in right here, but there's this plastic cover. And so if you put it right here and it goes on top of the plastic cover, then this metal shield will actually make contact with the motherboard. And so you're actually supposed to put it underneath the plastic cover, and that insulates it. So it's kind of a grounding foil. I don't know why we would need to put that on there for shielding, but I don't get it. So, but basically we do have some sort of short on that connector or the side of it. We'll look at it under the microscope and see how severe it is. But ooh, wow. Great holes. Oh yeah, it did kind of melt something through it, but the DC jack should work still. because we actually just saw it working. Maybe I'll cut this open. Let me cut this open and see how bad it is inside of there. New shirt idea. Saggy, laggy, aftermarket. Just gonna cut this a little bit, just a wee bit. Just a wee bit. Okay. Just want to make sure we don't have any contacting wires. A little bit of melted. I don't know. Doesn't look too bad. So the way these AC adapter wires are, or DC jacks, they're just a bunch of, let me not use a knife to spread these. They just use a bunch of conductors in parallel. So we have, looks like we have 5 conductors and 5 conductors. So for more coating it, yeah, we'll just put some coating on there. No, it doesn't even look bad. I mean, the conductors don't look bad, right? Just a little warm. Just a wee bit warm. I mean, we could sell them a new DC jack. Is there a pinhole in the wire? I don't know if there's a pinhole in the wire. Doubt there is. Can we make it out good enough? Is this full brightness? There we go. Oh, I can see much better now. Be good. Be a good use of tape. Oh, the tape you gave me, yeah. Yeah, I can put some of that tape on here. Okay, yeah, so these ground conductors are fine. These are perfect, all these. The ground conductors have a couple little marring marks, but it all looks clear. This is ground, which is funny. So this thing didn't short out at all. It just shorted to the board itself, and that was the issue. So yeah, let's use some Ascendance tape he gave me, which is really good tape. More gifted subs. Dub guy, the old V-dub guy. Do you have a V-dub? Are you a V-dubber? So it looks like Alec, Callie, Hot Drop, Star, and Possibility Asleep just got some gifted tier 1 subs on Twitch. Thank you so much for that. Eric just did a super chat. I'd be worried about what caused that. So I'm going to show you what caused that exactly. So this, because this is conductive, right? The motherboard will sit right down on top of that and make contact with it right here. And so it's shorted out against this. I've seen this before. We're going to have multiple, usually some resistors blown out, but I don't see them right now. So let me just put some tape on this and then we'll put this back. Yeah, some gifted subs coming in hot. The cheap man's V-dub is a Subaru. I saw a pretty tricked out Subaru today. My dad had a Subaru when I was a kid, but I've never owned one. And I've always liked Subarus in general. And then they came out with the Baja years ago, which is the new Brat, basically. I mean, it's now not new, but I don't even know if they still make them. But I really like the Baja. I think it's a cool looking little vehicle. You know, I don't know if I would drive it around in Austin, but that's that. All right, so I'm just covering that up. This thing should, you know, is protected right here. I'll probably add a piece of Kapton tape too to go in there. But Nate, go back from the past messages from me and get back to your work. Just message me here or email me on 2 major emails to use. Okay, Wes, you want me to check on that later or now? I'm kind of confused. That was a lot of words there, Wes. A lot of words. You got to watch out for words with me. I don't know what's going on. Let's take a look at this real quick here. Let's see. You'll be coming into the area in a couple weeks. Okay, well, come on down. I mean, we're open 10 to 6, so I'm usually here. What decent restaurants, gift cards? Okay. Okay, yeah, Wes, let's try to hit up on an email, or you can hit me up on Discord and we can kind of chat about that type of stuff. So, all right. All right, so here is what made contact with that DC jack. So the outer shell of the, I don't know, it was like a foil tape of some sort, was going across here and actually made contact. Why does it have red marks on all these? Look, there's a red mark on this one. This is the comeback. This is the one that separates the battery from the charge circuit and all that stuff, or from the main power rail. So I'm not sure. They have it on all of these. There's another one right there. So there's our, that thing's pretty charred, bro. Pretty charred. Yep, and these are blown. That's what I thought. I'm surprised that this thing actually worked the way it did. What do you think about that, people? Do you see those resistors are blown? From the refurb. This is from the customer opening up and changing the DC jack out, but not putting it underneath the covering. So, can y'all see it? Here, I'll point it out. So resistor 1, resistor 2. Resistor 1, resistor 2. Maybe they're not blown, maybe they're just hot. You can see a little bit of flux oozing out from the side of them, but they look a little not happy. They look unhappy, I would say. So, we're going to replace those. So here's our plan. We'll replace those 4.7 ohm resistors. We'll replace this guy. I feel like we should just replace all of these. What do you think about that? While we're here, at least, right? Should we look at anything else? I mean, the board works. I mean, how? I don't know. I think they're blowed. Check both sides of the board. Yeah, because the other side of the board is here, right? So this is the area that I was talking about. So that area is working. It charges batteries. You know, this one, let's see. Yeah, so the one that's missing on the other side of the board does match up with that one, and that does have a solder ball coming out of it. So we're going to replace that one. I feel like we should replace that one too. I usually just replace all of them, so that's what I'm going to do. I'll just do what I normally do. How's that? If that works for you. Yeah, good to replace them all. That red mark is from the factory. It means it's been tested. So it must have been a refurb, and that's what you're saying. I hear ya. Stan the man. Okay, so Mr. Stan, which is perfect because I was going to call you Mr. Stan anyway. So Mr. Stan says that these marks are probably from the refurbishing factory, and you know what? I would 100% agree with that because these are common faults on this board, that all these MOSFETs fail on the input, and they cause no charging. So therefore, when they replaced them, they said, check that off. It's all fixed. So, all right. I don't need to replace that one, though. All right, so we're going to give brand new. Oh, you can see it was arcing on that capacitor, too. Change that capacitor out, too. Not a happy capacitor. All right, enough chatting. Let's take it off of here. Damn aftermarket chargers. And I bet the DC jack's aftermarket too, unless they bought it from us. What I don't understand is that we sell OEM chargers. So why would anyone ever need to buy an aftermarket charger? Right? Unless they don't want to spend the money. Ah, that's what it is. That's the trick. You want to buy something for $30 instead of buy it for whatever, $90 or $80. You need to mark all the chips. I need to mark my chips afterwards. I'm going to put 2 lines on it because it's been double refurbished. Right? Replace it and put a red mark on it. Go. I do have a red marker, so we can match them if we'd like. People don't like to spend money. Cheapskates. That's right. All right, I need some flux. Give me some flux. Blue marker. Well, that would throw them for a loop. Someone's going to open it up and be like, has this been officially refurbished? Because it doesn't have a red marker on it. Although that may be a different color. You know, sometimes how marker on black doesn't look the same as it actually is. So that one's off. And I'm going to change this guy out too. Okay. They're gamblers. That's what it is. They like to gamble. Electrons like to find the shortest path to ground. This is dirty. Cauterized, burnt junk here. Are the pads gone? No, the pads are there. I'm going to try to pick this up as much as I can. Oh, ain't nobody got money. That's probably what it is too. Ain't nobody got no money. Plus, it's an older laptop. You're like, why spend so much money? Now, batteries, I don't have the batteries. Actually, oh, no. You know what? I ordered some batteries from Dell today. Yeah, because I had one of these in right now that needs a battery, and I had gotten some in a couple months ago from a load of stuff from Dell, which I was surprised anyway. And then all those sold out pretty fast. And then we called Dell today, and Dell had some of the lower capacity batteries. They don't have the 99s, but so I don't know what sparked them to start manufacturing them, but I doubt they did manufacture them. To me, it usually means that there's some overstock that they found somewhere, so they're probably manufactured like a long time ago. That happens sometimes, where it's like new old stock, you know, it's been sitting around. Ground or to the source? Yeah, I guess you could go all the way to the source too. I wonder if the refurbisher supplied an aftermarket battery and charger with the laptop. No, well, I don't think this was the person bought it refurbished. I don't think. It doesn't sound like that to me. It just has a Dell refurbished sticker on the bottom, which is the same one you get when you buy it on Dell's site as a refurbished laptop. So I don't think it has anything to do with them purchasing this. For all I know, they've had this thing since the beginning of time, since it was created, its induction to the world. But yeah, so we're going to have some 17R4, 17R5 batteries coming in, which is exciting. We got picture, I can't believe. Just the tip. Just the tip, Eddie. What are you talking about, the tip? Should we put brand new MOSFETs on it, or should I take it from a donor board? Brand new? Should we go brand new? That's a buy once, cry once there. Brand new MOSFETs only cost a couple bucks each. These are 75 watt or 75 amp MOSFETs. So B04N03s, that's what they were, right? In your BIOS. Step 1, B04N03s. Yeah, so I have some, and these are 75 amp N channels. So we're going brand new. Nothing but the best when you come here to Parts People. Some people are saying donor. I mean, donor's just as fine too, but the thing is that most of these donor boards have bad MOSFETs on the input, so that's why I don't even worry about it on this machine. If it was another machine, I probably would just take them off of there, but I'm like, I don't want to have to deal with this. I had one of these come back for not charging, like, I don't know, 4 months later or something like that, and I don't want to have to deal with that. So we have them right here. There they are. And we need to pre-tin them like good little solderers. So we're going to add some flux. Missing some solder mask, are we? I see a little bit of solder mask here, but I'm not super worried about it, if that's what you're talking about. Only new chips comes from Soren's box. Brand new chips. That's right. Ooh, smoky. Oh. Get your mask. I need to order some more Black Horse Flux. I'm out. I keep saying that. I said that last week and I haven't ordered any yet. So I need to do that. I need to order a plethora so I don't have to run out. So this right here is NF White. Dun dun dun. It's just what I grabbed out of the box. So we're using NF Flux White today as our choice. We're doing it by choice. All right, so let me put this right here. This video was sponsored by NF Flux White. Nothing but the best. He's saying stop. Stop now. Stop what you're doing. Nate, it only works on Dell. All right, so we're gonna get this going here. A power supply for an Alienware X or X1 is priced $139, but people rarely will pay that price. It's $139. I don't think, is that the 360 watt one? I don't think we sell ours for that much, do we? Maybe we don't have the 360 watt. Might be what's going on. But imagine paying, you know, $3,000 or $2,500 for a laptop and then putting crappy AC adapter on it. But I also think about like that when you get like a nice car, it says only use premium gas, and then you put you know, crappy unleaded in it. You know? Look at the solder balls coming out of here. Get out of there. Dude, check for shorts. Edward, do you think I'm just going to leave it like this? All right, we're good. We're done. That's not how I operate, Edward. There wasn't a short in the first place. The board turned on, too. So all we're doing is getting this installed. It was actually working with the chip missing. So now that we have them tacked in place and we got the excess solder out, then we can reflow them and get them in the right spot. It's a 280 watt 7.4, 280. Oh, so they have it, now they're doing 280s instead of 240s. And then they're doing the 360s instead of 330s. Because, you know, more power. More power. All gas is unleaded. Oh, sorry. I said crappy unleaded. 87 octane. When you should put 93 in. Cleaner. Better. Time to drill. No, I'm not doing no drilling. Let me get a donor board for that capacitor. There we go. Brand new board with a brand new capacitor off of it. So, look, these MOSFETs are already missing. See, I told you. I told you. Sorry for this cap here. So we need to get this capacitor out of here. Come on, baby. You can do it. You can do it. Come on. Getting closer. Come on. There we go. What value is it? I don't know. I don't know, and I don't care because I'm just going to take it off this other board. See if I can tack it on there for a second. Tack. Stay. Yes. Yes. It's a miracle. Did not blow away on me. There we go. Boom. Okay. It's like nothing ever happened. It's like it's like a brand new again. You enjoy my humor? Sarcasm will not help you on this quest. That's what I heard in King's Quest. Have you ever played that game? It will not help you. But sarcasm helps me in my quest to not go insane fixing motherboards all day long and every single day. No shouting. All caps is shouting, people. Okay, 1989 Subaru. Oh, you put 89 in your Subaru. Sorry, 1989. So you put 89 in your Subaru, which is probably fine because that's just like one step up, right? It's not the lowest. 8.7 or 6.9. Look how hot that board is. I think it's hot. All right, now we'll check for shorts. Edward wants me to check for shorts. You got it, buddy. So there's no short across here because there isn't any. And there's no short to ground because it wasn't any. So let's address these guys. They look so beautiful. So beautiful. 6.7. So anytime someone says 6.7, Gritty will put 6.7 cheer in there. Right, Gritty? Gas is $6.59 here. Yeah, I paid, I have a diesel though. So it's like, I paid $5.90, I think, for my diesel. $6.89, that's pretty high. Where are you, in Alaska? Uh-oh, Grady, look at all the 6.7s coming in, buddy. Are you hiring Are you hiring sometimes? Not to do all the motherboard repairs for the day-to-day. I'm not really hiring right now. We're actually kind of getting slow. The summertime's kind of slow. Look at all the 6.7. Well, we got 4.2s coming too. But, you know, I always like to teach people, so I'm actually interested to see if these are blown. These are blown. Dude, how does this board work? What does that circuit do? Let's see what the circuit does, because it literally turned on, it charged the battery, and it booted, didn't it? We got so many 6.7s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 6, 7. We got about 6 or 7 6.7s. Open wide. Oh shoot, $9.50 a gallon in Europe. Oh gosh. $5.89 for diesel in Washington State. For science. What was I doing? Oh yeah, let me pull up the board view for this. I want to look and see where these things connect to. 17R something. 17R fiber. Do I even have that? Oh, I guess the board number would be better. It's a 551P. F551P. Don't have that. Okay. Wait. Let's try 17R4. We have an R4. Don't have an R5. What about 15R4? Okay, so we're going to have to do what's close, which is a 17R4. This is a generation behind it, because I have that. Okay, all right, peeps. So here's our board view. Look at all the love. Look at all that love. Remember when diesel was $1? It was only a couple years ago I paid $2.50 or $2.20 for a diesel gallon. Okay, so where are we going here? Board view. Okay, so here's our board. That's where the DC jack plugs in. Those are those two MOSFETs we were first measuring. And this is the opposite side of the board over here. These are the two MOSFETs we just changed out and the capacitor we changed out. So you got your orientation. I could rotate the board if we wanted to, but here's those two resistors that are 4.7s and 5-volt rail. And what rail? It's a 3-volt. So it's a 3-volt and 5-volt power rails, but they may just be some sort of current sense of some sort. Interesting. So why would the circuit still work? I don't know. So it is part of the 3-volt and 5-volt power rails. That's what these MOSFETs are creating. So that's definitely strange that it works. So I don't know. We're going to change it out. So maybe maybe they're half blown, part blown. Maybe they're blowed, but not too blowed. Anyway, we're going to pull those off. We have a donor board with brand new 4.7s. We got, let's see. It's arcing across the gap. So do you think we have some sort of, oh shoot. Do we think we have some sort of Tesla coil action going on where it's just jumping across here? Was the board fully working? We never really booted it. You're right. You're right. I know. But the 3-volt and the 5-volt, and it went to the diagnostics. Pulled that off. So I'm going to pull that guy. Let me look. Oh, that one's in. Look at that one's in half. It's a two-parter. Okay. All right. Let's look for some more. Make sure we don't have any more resistors blown. Okay. So there's another 4.7. That one's fine. That's just a pin 1 dot on this. So that's just pin 1. Anything else? We're good? Properly calibrated wire. We could. We can always properly calibrate anything we want. Except we have brand new 4.7s right here. These 4.7s have only been used this motherboard's whole life. Do the glue test. Yeah, we should experiment with that and see if hot glue actually does hold a chip on the board, right? By golly, come on. Is this thing coming off? Are components shorted or the pad shorted? So what usually happens on this particular case, we had that AC adapter, or the charging cord was kind of like arcing across this whole area, and so it probably sent voltage through another component that couldn't handle it and blew it out. So this one, you know, we had something kind of sitting across this whole area like this, and you could see arcing here, and it shorted that out, and then also was arcing across that and probably shorted those out. So I'm thinking it was just kind of like pulling more current when it, than it could handle. That's all it is. Frosty. Premise is lurking. The lurker in the house. $8.40 in Newfoundland. Wow, for diesel. That's US. Oh. Flip over. There you go. Get in your home. Get in your home. Right there. Hold on. These. I need to put some flux down. This is not sticking good enough. Who connected those? Who did that? Okay. So I like to get one side tacked so I can move this out of the way. There we go. And then I can get the other side in there. There we go. There we go. It's happy now. It's very happy. What a happy resistor. Get that one in place. Stop. Move away. Let it stick. Nope, didn't grab. I'm trying to get it to grab. There we go. I can move away. I'll add a little bit of flux. There we go. Come on. There it is. Very nice. Like nothing ever happened. Too many amps. Too many amps. I enjoyed to come to Austin and just watch and lurk around. Yeah, come on down, Wes. Do it. I'm here. I mean, Johnny V came in today. Johnny V. And he just stopped by and said, "Hey, is Nathan around?" And I heard him in the front, and I just walked over there and we chatted for a second. I couldn't stay for very long, but I had to run out. But I got to say hi, and we chatted for a few. Like show you around, give you a tour. Okay, so the PQ701 have a solder bridge, or is it the lighting? Let's see. PQ701, ¿Dónde está ustedes? Where are you at? PQ701. This is PQ701. So probably this thing right here. That's just a reflection of some sort. Looks good. So one side's going to have all 4 pins are attached, and the other side's going to have 3 pins and then 1 pin. So it looks good. It looks muy bueno. Great music in Austin down at 6th Street. Or, you don't have to go to 6th Street for that stuff, but you can go wherever you want. Amp's not enough to come to playing music loud. What? Here, let me turn this music here. Now it's time to do the other side. Right? We got everything done. Now it's the other side's turn. And so our plan is to replace these 2 also in addition. And so we have to be a little more wary of what we're working with. So we have this connector here. So we technically could protect it, put a piece of metal over it, put some tape over it. We could also know how to not melt it and do it anyway. So that's what we're going to do. We're going, and we also have this one over here. So we're going to do it raw dog style without melting it. You want to test now? Let's test. Well, I want to replace this one. The other side of this was the one that blew out, and this had been actually using all the current or taking all the current, so I definitely want to replace that one for sure. So let's just replace both of them first. And then the DC jack's housing was the only thing damaged on the DC jack, so we don't have to worry about that. All right, so here you go. Here's how we're going to do it. You ran sound in Austin and surrounding areas for a while. Johnny V, you did? There's Johnny V right there. That's who came by today. All right. So the way we do this is what we don't want to melt, right? So what do? We don't heat this chip over here. We heat the board over here. So we're going to preheat the board in this area, okay? And I'm basically blowing the air away from all this stuff. So there's another connector over here. So we're just going to blow all that down. We're going to preheat the area over here. And once I get it kind of warm, then I'm going to add some flux here. We're going to come back. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of come over here, point out for a second, and then go back away. And I'm just going to see if I get it hot enough to come off. Go back over here and point for a second, come back away. One more time. Got it. Okay, so now we're going to grab the next one. So you can even see that thing moved. Ready? Here we go. Going in. Nope, not ready. It's not cooked yet. There it is. You see that? We didn't melt anything. How did we do it? It's crazy. It's crazy, I tell you. So, you know, you're just kind of heating other areas. That's kind of the trick. Now, I didn't necessarily want to sit there and blow on top of this the whole time. You know, I'm trying to blow in the areas around it, but I need to heat the board up is the whole goal. So, good job. Good job. I roasted I roasted this guy right here a little bit on the corner, but he's fine. It's a little bit of a little cooked inductor ain't ever gonna hurt you. It takes practice. It's a blend. Well, did we break 1,000? All right, we got 1,000 people here. Okay, so if you're new here, I do these streams twice a week. We do 6 p.m. Central on Wednesday nights and 9 a.m. Central on Sunday mornings. So we usually do about a 4-hour stream. I don't look at these laptops ahead of time. What the whole goal is here is we're going to be working on laptops together. The chat is who actually picks the laptop I work on, and you vote. And then we kind of discover what's going on with it together, you know? And if I can't fix it, I can't fix it. If I can fix it, I fix it. A lot of times we do end up fixing, wait, is this the right chip? Yeah. And yeah, a lot of stuff kind of happens and unfolds that we don't know is going to happen, and a lot of fun. So make sure to follow. And I do simulcast on Twitch. So we are streaming on Twitch and on YouTube. And so you can follow on each one of those channels. And I'm actually on Twitch on a different category this week. I've never been on this category. It's the makers category on Twitch. I don't know if you noticed that premise. So I have been putting ourselves inside the science and technology and the IRL category, but I was like, well, there's a makers, so let me go ahead and check that out. Now, I don't see us getting tons of new viewers inside the makers category, so we may want to still pivot back over to IRL or something like that, but, you know, I don't know. Whatever you guys think. You guys are in charge. So we're going to pretend these new chips here so we have enough solder on them. I really don't like getting a bunch on this one side, but I can only do what I can do. There we go. What temp are you using to heat with? So the correct answer is whatever it takes. But if you want to know what I'm actually using, it's going to be 450 at 60% air. And that's only because I'm working on a thick motherboard. This motherboard is really thick, okay? You see that? And so it takes a lot of heat. This thing is really hot. So if I'm working on an XPS or a smaller laptop in a Latitude, you could do 400, you can do 380. Higher air pressure is usually better, but you know, if you start blowing components around, then you kind of have to dial that back. But it also depends on your nozzle size. So it's like whatever it takes is the real answer. Sorry. Is there an art tech category? Oh yeah, so we should move ourselves into the art category. So everything I'm doing is a work of art. We are installing MOSFETs. Very much it's a work of art. I don't know where that voice came from. Maybe because I'm crazy. Twitch categories haven't meant anything for about 12 years. Well, I do find people kind of find the channel different ways. I know someone found, or people have chimed in. Here, anybody in Twitch right now who's just now here for the first time, or speak out, and then tell me that you found me because I was in this category or what. 555 Nate to smoke some flux. Atari is always good for a little bit of a laugh there. Nozzle size matters. Oh, that's a good shirt too. Nozzle size matters. Just happy little mistakes here. All right, I'm going to try not to char up that guy anymore. So we're just going to heat this area over here. Now, actually what I could do, this is what I'm going to do. Instead of using the solder that's on there, which means we have to heat the board up a little hotter than we need to, if we go and replace that with leaded solder, then we won't have to heat the board as much. What did I catch? Did you catch a cold? I don't know. What did you catch? It's the Bob Ross of motherboard. It's just a happy little motherboard repair. Just a happy little amount here. So we're going to put leaded solder on here that will allow it to melt at a little bit lower temperature, 180 degrees. versus 220, 221. So, all right. That will help. It's not low melt. So people are like, oh, you're putting low melt solder on there. Now low melt is like at 70 C or something like that. Something very low. You purchased a Mechanic Air Nova station. I'm not familiar with it. Is it any good? The coil is hating its life right now. This coil, maybe I should take the coil off while I'm working on it. Oh my gosh, yeah, you're right, the coil is hating its life. Maybe I'll, you're making me laugh, dude. I don't want to melt any connectors and ruin my streak of not melting connectors. Okay, there you go, you see it melting? Boom. Come on. That's hilarious. The coil is hating its life right now. Why are you melting me? Why are you doing this to me? Okay, it's fixed. Yeah, what should we do with that coil? Now I almost feel sorry for that coil. You're right. Should we replace that coil too? It's the bee's knees, see? Ugh, darn it. I'm all tangly here. The coil is recoiling. Oh no! Watch out, there's so much solder under this. It's like flying solder balls. Great balls of flying solder. Just bleach it. No one will know. Oh, darn it, I keep getting this cord stuck in here. Okay. Almost done. Okay. Beautiful. Good. All right, this coil is recoiling. Why not using tape? Because I was trying to show you how to do it without using tape. That's why. See, look at those connectors. They're brand new. The connectors still look perfect. You see that? That was the whole purpose of this. You know. We're raw dogging here. Diesel engine glow. Oh yes, it's the glow coil. The glow plug. All right, let's see if we can clean off some of that right here. It's just maybe just a little, you know. See if it sizzles. Sizzler. The old sizzler. I don't know. Yeah, it's just a happy little discoloration. Tape's for amateurs. When you're raw dogging, you don't need tape. That's what it is. More power, more horsepower. All right, so we were able to successfully replace 4 MOSFETs, a capacitor, and 2 resistors. No, yeah, resistors, there you go. Brush with toothpaste. That would clean it, right? Okay, I think we're good. And we'll just check for shorts. Oh yeah, remember my red marker here. Yeah, good point. No short, no short. Okay, perfect. Let me make sure it's dry so we don't have any alcohol in there. Okay. Okay, so we replaced this one, we replaced that one. We replaced this one and we replaced that one. And then we replaced this one and replaced that one. There we go. There you go. It's just like factory. Factory refurbished by Pots people. By Crazy Nate's Factory Refurbished Repairs. Oh, wrong button. You want that one. Okay. Okay, let's get all this stuff out of the way. I hate whenever everything starts getting messy. You know, you really should see how messy this place is in the morning after a live stream. It's like, I'm grabbing a computer from here, I'm grabbing parts from the warehouse there, and it's all like stacked up around me, like all this stuff, and it's just a huge mess. So, you know, good times. Did I even put the right chips on there? I had 2 bags pulled out of here. Oh yeah, I did. And the capacitor. Oh, should I mark the capacitor? It's so tiny. It's so un poquito. It's a poquito. I don't even know if I can mark that thing. It's so tiny. See, it's that little guy right there. He's too tiny. I can't do it. Proper chip marks. I need a sharper Sharpie. I need to sharpen my Sharpie. You see? Oh, we just hit 2,600 followers on the old Twitcheroo. Good job, guys. Thank you. I wonder when we're going to hit 3,000. 3,000 followers would be epic. Okay. All right, so we're going to boot into an operating system, I guess. What else? The price of fame. Did you replace the tape, the cap? Yes, the cap got replaced. This one's a little disappointing. Oh no. Oh no, someone's disappointed. Well, don't worry, we have plenty of epic repairs coming up here. Just because this one turned on. I'm telling you, people do not like laptops that turn on. Any repair that I do where it's like, it turns on but doesn't get a display, or it turns on and the GPU doesn't show up, people are like, not interested. Next, please. Next. I want it to be dead. I want it to have no signs of life. PL701 is mooing. Do you even think PL701 is going to work? Check the fans for gooch. Do you guys, yeah, before I put it together, should I do the effort, the correct effort? Oh, all right, we'd have a vote up there. It looks like, will it work? 88%, 92%. All right, yes, I will check the fans for gooch. We got a gooch check. Liquid metal up next. No liquid metal, please. We do have a liquid metal machine. Yeah, the M16 is a liquid metal machine, but that's not on our docket at this point because nobody voted for it. Or some people did, but not that many. I enjoy a variety of repairs. Okay, so it's the variety that you like, because I tell you right now, I can go over there and grab a USB-C port replacement. You want that? No, I can tell you the answer right now. Nobody wants a USB-C replacement. I don't even want it. It's no fun, because the thing is that you take off the USB port, and it's like, what about the 7559? Has no one called you yet on that one? I thought somebody already worked on that one. But USB-Cs, you pull them off, and they're like so messed up. It's not too bad. This has been pulled apart recently because it has electrical tape. Real electrical tape. We got some cat hair. Just a little bit of cat hair. We could send it into one of those forensics places to tell me what type of breed of cat it is. It's a cute cat, though. Very cute. Okay. Fans didn't look bad. All this stuff looks good. Wow. Proper copper. Ooh, this thing's worth a bunch of money. All right, plug your ear. Sorry. I was a little late. I was a little late to the party to tell you that. Great to use the tape I gave you. Yeah, so here's the tape that Sidon sent me, or he came in and gave it to me. So this is this cloth tape that you'll see when they take apart a lot of these Alienwares. Like, he put electrical tape here, this person did, but if you put the right tape here, the proper nice tape is this tape. Replacing the C ports is a devil. Yeah, sometimes you could just take the port off and it's fine, but a lot of times people are like, I don't know, my USB-C port doesn't work, and it's like dangling around, and they've ripped all the pads. That's the problem. Okay, so this tape just goes across like that, and it's like a fabric almost, and seals it in proper nice. But yeah, so I can, you can take a port off in a couple seconds. It's just did all the pads underneath get ripped, and you have to rebuild the entire thing. And then, is it the USB-C port itself that's the issue, or is it the controller, or what, So, you guys want a variety? Friction tape, is that what it's called? I don't know. It's called Best Bond Dev X Fasten. I don't know, Senin will tell you what it is. It matches the tape on the cables. That's right. Yep, I love it. It's good stuff. Good stuff. Got some new follows. Thank you for the follows. Okay. Kessa tape. Or Tessa. Tessa? Tessa? Like a girl's name? Tessa tape. It's sticky. It's not like super sticky. It's not like too sticky. Call it cloth tape electrical. Sounds good. Good description. What happened to these screws here, people? Can someone tell me what happened to the screws? Anybody? Anybody know? Ah, there they go. They stuck to the side of my thing. Sorry. All right, that was a little detour. It's where I left them. Okay. Uh-oh. I should have screwed it in before I taped it. Cardinal rule. Anyone recommend a heating pad? Disassemble the surface of my 19 Pro. Good heating pad. I use a Chinese one, and I wouldn't call it good. So, yeah, I don't have a recommendation for you. The one I have, it's kind of like a rubber thing. And it's not like a good size either. That's the problem. Like, you want one that's big enough. I guess it's Surface 9. How big is the screen on that thing? I hate taking apart laptop screens. It's not something I ever want to do. Okay. Your Acer only wore out. Didn't fail. It just wore out. Does your air blow it away? Hope not. Okay. I really like a roll or two in inventory. That would be a good idea to have a couple rolls. Ah, a 3D printer bed. That's a good idea. That is a good idea. Yeah, because you can actually get pretty good size 3D printer beds as a heating device. I might set that up as our screen remover. Because we have to do it where we put half the screen on there, which is a pain. What's going on here? Ah, I don't know if I just did this, but it's done. Whatever it is. Freaking kidding me. Cable, one of the pins are bent on here. I think I must have just did it. Because that happens. Okay. It's very bent. Can you see it? Go thermal. No, go microscope. Gosh, it's hard to reach that. Let's see if I can get this in the right spot so we can see it together. Okay. Let me know if you can see it. Okay. Yeah, I must have just done this when I was trying to plug this in. So we're going to spin that up. Actually, I don't want to use these tweezers. They're my good tweezers. Slowly but surely, come on. Oh, now we went too far. We got to go this way with it. Okay, it looks pretty good. Pretty close. It's a weird angle. You have to put this plug in. You can see it kind of here, right? It's popping up, and it has to go through this crack here, and then it has to plug into the board somehow. So it's easy to kind of go in the wrong angle. YouTube just sent you to 144p jail. Oh my gosh. Well, that pixelation is going to be really low res. Twitch will have you at 720. Oh, that's right. I was going to try to get 1080p on Twitch. I forgot about that. I'm sending 1080 there. I don't know what setting I need to change. Okay, we're in. We're home. We're home. Okay, let me finish putting this together, and I'll be right back. That's how I like the videos, because I can just like pause the video and then put it together and be like, all right, I got the motherboard installed. But you have to watch me screw screws in, which is the most annoying part about a live stream. Yeah. That's what I would have to say. If I could change something in a live stream, it would be like I can instantly get all the screws out. Nothing I hate more than watching somebody unscrew screws. You know? If you have uBlock Origin, I think YouTube is fighting people with it, and so they're messing up their bit rates. So just disable that, and then you'll be fine. I don't have ads on YouTube anyway right now, so just disable your uBlock Origin, and you should have better stream. ASMR for screwing, really? Even with my speed gun? uBlock Origin circuit fix channel owner. Wait, what? You can unblock circuit fix. Channel owner has to do that on YouTube. I haven't blocked him. Is that what you're talking about? Nate, can you unblock? I mean, I could try. I didn't ever block him, so. Do you want me to check? I don't think the bell works. What bell? The bell works for all my mods. You've accidentally hid him. Okay, I got you. Okay. Circuit fix. Let's see if we can go find him then. It was your fault. Okay, so we're going to put DIY Dave in timeout. No, it's fine. Let me see if I can find him here. Circuit fix, permissions, moderation, user management, hidden users, circuit fix, circuit fix. I don't know how to find him in here. Let me see. I can see all the hidden users. Oh, there he is. Boom. He's back. Circuit Fix is back. Everyone give him a round of applause and welcome him back to the stream. Welcome back, Circuit Fix. You are out of the doghouse. DIY Dave is now in the doghouse. Dave's not here, man. Circuit unhideable. We need a command for that. If there's a command to hide them, then there should be a command to unhide them. I don't really understand why I had to go through all my settings and find the whole list of people and do all that stuff, you know? What I hate about this board is there are like so many little things you have to do before you start screwing it in. So I'm only going to put like the basic screws in like I normally do. Did you unban? Wait, at least he didn't have to unban me again. Oh, that's right, because I accidentally banned Sinan, but that was on Twitch because I fat fingered, actually, because I never do any of that stuff. It's always you guys that did that. I've never banned a single person, so that's kind of the issue with that. So I have no idea how to do that stuff. You guys are the pros. I'm just here. Dave, abuse of authority. Dave, I actually have your shirt here. I need to mail it off to you. I got your shirt. It happens. What happens? Shit happens. That was a Forrest Gump quote, by the way. All right, so one more screw. Let me make sure which screw it is. I'm not going to put the bottom on. We're just going to get this in the right spot. This one has a weird screw pattern, and so I have to remember which one goes where. Okay. That one goes there. you guys were let down on this repair because it was too easy, then get ready to have a rodeo because we have more coming up. Okay, battery's not plugged in yet because I still got to do the LCD cable. Me, never ID. Did you open up a chip bag with scissors or a raw dog it? This whole repair was a raw dog, man. You know what I hate about this repair? Look at this. You see this? It's like a nunchucks of speakers. Every single time you flip it over without the bottom on, a nunchuck of speakers just dump out. And it drives me crazy on this model. I always tape them in while I'm working on it, and I did not do it. So now I have my speakers hanging out. And then this thing has a really bad power button cable that always frays if you work on it wrong. So let me check and see if it's already frayed before I mess with it so I don't blame myself for fraying it. Why do I know so much about this stuff? Because I have to deal with it. I deal with it on a daily basis. All right, so let's see if this is frayed. 3, 2, 1. Oop, it's hard to move this here. And it's starting to fray. You can see kind of a couple of them are folding over a little bit. So we're going to be very careful when we put this in here. So we just lift this up. You just don't have much room to work. So we got to lift that up. Let me see if I can untangle this. Oh my gosh. Why is it tangled in a knot? Like a knot. Oh my gosh, this is gonna freak me out. Okay, there we go, got it. So now we're gonna put this down into its home. But while we're pushing this down, we do not want the latch to be down at all or else it will start fraying those pins. So I just have it lined up. I'm gonna hold these up like that while I'm sliding it down. Or else you'll fray those suckers. There we go. Okay. I've just done it. Done it too many. My little raccoon-sized hands. More like my big, what kind of animal has big sausage fingers? Okay. Speakers in my way. I hate these speakers. I just want to tape them in place. Okay, I'm just going to snap this onto the bottom because it's driving me crazy to have the speakers flopping around. Okay, we're ready to test. I can plug in the battery. Let's put an SSD in there. I'm going to put my test drive in there because we have all of our benchmarks we can put on there. We're going to go Windows 10, so that means we're putting Blanche in here. Blanche is coming in hot. If you guys know who Blanche is, she's one of the stars from Golden Girls, and she has her own OS that I have set up for her. I got big fingers and I cannot lie. The Queen. Okay. She deserves it. Okay. All right, so let's reset the power meter. 10.29 amps was the high we got to when we tested it earlier. Now the question is, do you want to use the customer's adapter or do you want to use mine? Do you want to use SAG Champion and blow out the MOSFETs all over again, or do you want to use my strong, steady, strong like bull power adapter? Oh, yours, not AC adapter. So the brand AC adapter is no bueno, right? Okay, sag it, baby, sag it. The problem is like I don't want to have to blow out the board again by putting a sag in there because we could probably get it down to 18.7, please. Sag it for science. Are you feeling lucky? 2 hours on this laptop? Has it been 2 hours? Sure has, but we've had some shenanigans. This is all just kind of, oh gosh. I just spit all of his laptop. Did you see that? Okay, it's charging the battery. I'm using my charger. I can't fathom making it sag like that. So I'm gonna power it on. Need to get a dinner. Uh-oh, don't go to dinner. You can bring your cell phone and you can watch it. If you're going with a fam, they can all watch it. Bob Sagan. Bob Sagan, the funniest, America's funniest home videos. We're all sagging for science. All right, is this thing even going to post? Did we break it worse? It's all for science, I tell you. It's true. You know what? If this thing was sagging down to 19, I would do it again. But because it sagged into the 18s, that's scary, bro. That's scary. Give it the old hactois. All right, last time I turned this thing on, it took a while for the screen to show up, and then all of a sudden it was in the BIOS, which I thought was strange. It is turning on and off right now, but it's going through a CMOS reset. There we go. And we do have a picture. I can't believe I saved another laptop. It already did that before, so. Okay, real-time clock has been reset because we unplugged the battery. We do have a 3-1 error here, nothing to worry about. When you have a 3-1, it just means the CMOS was reset. We're just gonna hit OK. We're gonna hit OK. We're gonna hit OK. My keyboard is not working. The CMOS battery is dead. It's dead, Jim. It's dead. Yes, the CMOS battery is dead. And I did not latch the keyboard down. This is still up. There we go. Now it should work. Okay, now we hit enter. There we go. I can just edit that out, right? All right, it's booting to our Windows 10 Blanche edition. And we should see Blanche's glamour shot any moment now. And then we'll be able to run a full Furmark stress test. We'll see if we can get it up to 12 amps coming out of this thing. And if we can get 12 amps coming out of the charger, then I think we know that we've successfully repaired the board. Why wasn't the keyboard plugged in? The keyboard was plugged in. It was just a latch. You have to kind of press it down. I didn't have it all the way down. Setting up devices. Getting ready. BIOS update. Magic. So if we are going to update the BIOS, we have to boot into their operating system so we don't wipe out their BitLocker key. We can't do it outside the Windows unless we know they don't have BitLocker. I guess we can plug in the drive and test that. But we could do it. Can you edit? You could edit it all out. Just take a working laptop from the shelf. Yeah, that's the easiest thing, right? Put a brand new motherboard in and say, I saved another laptop. I forgot that 240 watt charger. You forgot it? What do you mean, Johnny? Johnny, were you going to buy one? I ran out the door, so I don't even know. Happy little mistakes. What got you into micro soldering? You know, Drake, so I never called this micro soldering. I just called it like board repair or soldering. But what got me into it, I mean, I've owned this company forever, so I've always fixed stuff. I've always done soldering. I've soldered since I was 10 years old, so that's not like that. And then it was kind of like the main thing is like being able to identify and fix motherboards if I needed to. That was also useful. And so I've always fixed machines. I don't know if I would say anything got me into it, because it wasn't like it was like one night I'm just like doing this. It's you gradually kind of build the skill over a period of years. And what got me into posting videos on me fixing it, that would be a totally different question, because I had no desire to actually do these videos or even become some sort of like influencer or something like that. I'm not a public speaker, and I don't necessarily have a lot of knowledge, like real knowledge that you like learn, because I didn't even graduate from high school. I went to 7th grade, I took my GED. I have some technical college, so but I don't really have any real knowledge, so all this stuff I've acquired from just working on stuff and doing this stuff on my own. There's Blanche. She's here. She has arrived. The best of the Golden Girls, right? Well, I like Betty White, but all right. So this is working here. You're the exact same? Yeah, Lead Farmer, he's the exact same. Touchpad does not work. It's only in my install of this on this machine. I know for a fact the touchpad does work with a different install, so I'm going to switch to a mouse. I haven't fixed that bug on this Blanche edition. Blanche doesn't like using touchpads, apparently. She only likes the mouse effect. So we'll put a wireless mouse in here, if I can find a USB hole. Did we hit 12? We hit 12.45. We hit 12.45. That's actually pretty hardcore, man. Okay, we have a mouse. Let's make sure we have all of our drivers installed. Let me zoom in a little bit for you. See Blanche fill your whole TV screen. All right, so all of our drivers are installed. That's what I like about my installs, because I have all the drivers already installed. So this is a 1070, man. GTX 1070. Remember when that was like the best card, or one of the, 1080 really, but remember that? Remember those days? So giggity giggity. All right. So I'm going to open Firmark. You ready? You ready for this? Okay. So we're sitting at 9.75 volts at 8 amps. And go. What? 15 amps? Oh, this thing's pulling 300 watts. Oh, I have my 330 watt charger plugged into this thing. That's why I got up to 15 amps. Wow. And we're hitting 98 frames per second. I bet that's freaked you out for a second. 300 watts, insanity. Yeah, so if these MOSFETs can handle running 300 watts through it, I think we're good to go, right? Because those are 75 amp MOSFETs that are in parallel, so theoretically they can handle 150 amps. So 15 gigas. 15 gigas. And you see the voltage sag on that? 19.65 from 19.87. So we lost 0.2. Okay? All right, so now I'm going to switch to my 240 watt. So I'm going to unplug this, see if it stays on. Stayed on. So it's on battery right now. I'm now switching to a 240 watt. So my 240 watt has a higher resting current of 20 volts. And then now it voltage sagged down to 19.85. So that actually was a bigger voltage sag than the 330. So we're lost 0.3. All right, so now we're going to go ahead and stress it again and see what it gets up to. So 19.6. So we lost a half a volt on that sag, which would almost put it in the realm of the other knockoff, because the knockoff barely started at 19.5 volts, right? But we are hitting almost a full 240. What would happen if with the fake adapter? Would it fry the MOSFETs again? I have no idea. I don't know. I kind of want to plug in the fake adapter. Can we do it? The worst that could happen, I think, is that we would replace those stuff again. We won't do it for very long. How's that? Frames per second, 98 still. 98, 97. So it's the same. 90, 97, 96, 98. So it's just jumping around. So it's the same. It's right here in the corner. I don't know if you can see it. Right there. Don't do it. No, don't do it. Yeah, it's really not a good idea. That's the thing. So I wish I could do it for science, for something else. But the thing is, this is a customer's machine. So not a good idea. So the thing is if we have an inferior laptop charger that can't supply enough voltage or current, it probably has dirty power too. And the dirty power is more to worry about, right? So that's what I would worry about. So isn't the lower voltage also higher amps too? That's correct. Yes. So it's all a ratio of each other, right? So wattage is actually just a ratio between current and voltage. So if your voltage goes down, then the currents have to go up to supply the same amount of power. The customer is going to do it unless you don't. Well, I'm going to sell them a new charger. Yeah. So it ain't happening. It ain't happening. All right, I'm going to shut this thing down. We're going to move on to the next one because we are kind of losing people here. So let me shut this down. Yeah, we just lost 100, 200, 150 people. Fake, 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 fake. So this one's still good. All right, do a properly calibrated with no stream. I probably would not plug in that charger if it was a not stream for sure. All right, let me put this stuff away. Repair the power supply. Ah, that's the trick. People don't leave. There's more repairs to come. All right, we are ready for the next repair. And so the next one is a M17R5. It's about, let's see, it's a 23 model. So that would be 6 years, 5 years newer. And the bottom's already off on this one, but let me pop this back on here. So again, these always go to my other technicians first. They determine it's a motherboard repair, and then they send it to me. And so I haven't looked at this yet. Let's see what the note is. So the note on this one, so this is an M17R5 with no power. Laptop will not power up. It worked fine. Next day, never powered up. All right. So we're going to update the title on that, and then we can get going on this repair. And they supplied us with an extra battery and their charger. Now their charger is a Dell 240 watt. So this one does look OEM based on what I see here. Feels OEM. It's heavy enough. So, wow, another laptop? Yeah, we'll usually go through 3 laptops. This looks like the original battery right here. Looks like an OEM battery. And so I bet they replaced the battery thinking that would fix it, and it didn't. 100C is quite normal for a laptop. It is, that's correct. More cowbell, please. What this needs is more cowbell. More cowbell. All right. All right, new day and another laptop that needs to be saved. And this time we have an Alienware M17R5. Now this laptop apparently was working just fine one day and then stopped working the next day, and now it has no power, no signs of life. I haven't taken a look at this yet. Let's take a look together and see if we can get this figured out. Okay, there's our intro. So first thing I want to do is see if it turns on. Let's press the power button. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. So we're not getting any power here. I'm going to reset our power meter because we want to make sure we can see how much power is being pulled when we plug in the charger. So keep an eye on the power meter here. We'll pull up Spike's power meter chart and keep an eye on it. We plug it in. It goes to point. It kind of went to 0.1 for a second, but now it's just kind of sitting at 0.0. But it has a little bit of current there. So I guess it's a fraction of some sort of amperage. I'm going to open and close the lid to see if it does anything different. That's it. So it's kind of flatlining, but it looks like it is kind of checking in occasionally, seeing if it could try to start something. But if it's sitting at 0.0, that usually means we have some sort of short, usually on the main power rail. And we have our power management chip, which is in charge of charging and powering the laptop. But it's probably detecting a short and shutting off the main power rail and protecting the laptop. So I'm thinking that we probably have a short on the main power rail. That's kind of my guess at this point. But I'm going to press the power button. I haven't done that yet, right? Did we? Yeah, so no power button. The lid doesn't do anything. It's not pulling any current. Resting current should be right around 20 milliamps, which is 0.02. It's not doing that. So we definitely have a short. And we've worked on tons of these M17R5s with shorts on the main power rail. And it's pretty much always some sort of short on the CPU. So we'll see. All right. And the bottom is off. Take a quick look around. Looks like the battery's unplugged. Now this battery right here kind of looks OEM to me, except there's a sticker over the Dell logo, which indicates fake. And there's a box that's there was a box in their package that was an aftermarket Amazon box here that has their original Dell battery in it. So I'm assuming this battery is their replacement battery, which is fake. Or they somehow made it real and then put a sticker over it. It doesn't make sense to me. So this is probably a fake battery, but we got a couple NVMe's here. It looks like one's populated, one's not. We have 2 sticks of 8 DDR5s, and so we can take that out. And then we have our Wi-Fi card and our fans, and the fans look clean, so no issues there. What I want to do is we have the battery unplugged. Let's plug in the charger and just kind of measure and see how far the voltage is going right here. So the DC jack plugs into the motherboard right here, goes through a couple MOSFETs, and then energizes the main power rail, which kind of produces the other power rails. This machine does run off of 20 volts on its main power rail, and then each one that 20 volts goes to the 5 volt, 3.3, 1.8, 1.05, the CPU, the GPU, the VRAM, all that type of stuff, right? So I'm going to plug that in again, and we'll take a look under here. All right, so we are in voltage mode, and you can see the DC jack plugs into the board right here, And so we should have 20 volts coming to the board right there. And we do 20 volts. And that's going to go through these 4 inductors, and we should have 20 volts coming out. Then these are in a pair, right? So they're working together as a team to pass the current through here. And it's going to go through another pair, and then that's going to energize the main power rail, which is right here on this current source resistor. So we do have 20 volts going in there. Do we have 20 volts coming out? We do not have 20 volts coming out, so this is shut off, which means we're not going to have 20 volts here, and we're not going to have 20 volts there, right? So all of that's shut off, and so what that means is we probably have a short right here, I bet. That's just my guess, and usually if I'm measuring right here and we have like some voltage, like sometimes you'll have 0.02 or half a volt or something like that. Sometimes you'll have half a volt sitting on there with the power rail shut off, and that usually means that there's not a short, but there's a short somewhere else. But anyway, so I'm going to unplug the charger. Charger's unplugged, battery's unplugged. I'm going to go in continuity mode. I'm going to put the where the probes beep. There we go. And we're just going to measure. So we can start here again. No short, no short. It's coming through these, and we do have a short right here. The short we have is a, measure it. Can you tell me? 2.09. So 2.09 ohms. All right, so our main power rail is shorted with a 2 ohm short. And if you watched the stream before, I've kind of went through this before in telling you what, you take that as a symptom, or you take that as a clue. There we go. You take it as a clue to tell you what is shorted. All right, so Nader says CPU. Scott says CPU. Who else? Johnny, what do you got? Johnny doesn't say what it is. Freestone says CPU. Johnny says CPU. Do I do ESD? I do not do any ESD procedures at all. So we got CPU, CPU, CPU. So that means that a lot of people have been watching the stream. So that is correct. 100,000% correct. So all symptoms or signs point to CPU when we have a 2 ohm short. So here's what I want you to look at. When you're measuring a main power rail and you are measuring a short, if it's almost 0, so if you measure to ground and then you measure to the other side, if it's almost 0, then most likely it's like a capacitor or something like that, or a low side MOSFET. If it's like 0.3 or 0.4, then you're looking at a GPU MOSFET's probably shorted, so it's shorting through the GPU. And if you have something that's around 2 ohms to 4 ohms, somewhere around there, we're looking at CPU, okay? If you're at right around 8 ohms, you're like integrated graphics, and it starts moving around after that. It starts getting a little bit weirder. 20 ohms, 20 to 30 is going to be VRAM, and 50 ohms is going to be chipset, and you know, it's like that. But right now, 2 ohms, CPU, and it's also this machine. We've seen it millions of times, right? This machine. So right now we think it's going to have a short on one of the MOSFETs that power the CPU, and so we just need to pull it apart and identify that. Now, if you are one of those people that would just say, well, we got a short, let's inject some voltage. Who is that? Who would want to do that right now? Not if you watch my streams. If you watch my streams, you'd be like, no, 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 we got to wait. There's no point in doing it right now. But if you were the new tech who says, I'm measuring a short, I've seen people inject voltage in here, I'm going to inject voltage and see what gets hot. I just bought this shiny new thermal camera. Why can't I see anything getting hot? Oh, there's no screws in here. You can't see anything getting hot because the CPU is what's getting hot, and the CPU is under a heatsink. And the only way to get enough heat coming out of that CPU is to crank the voltage up. And so you'll sit there and keep cranking the voltage up higher and higher and higher until you blow out the CPU. All right? So right now, the motherboard is protecting itself. Oh, the Wi-Fi card could be 2 ohms. Oh, okay. All right, okay. I don't believe that's the case, but we're going to take out everything, and as we go, we'll check, okay? So I'm going to remove the SSDs, because it is a good idea to remove items and then check if the main power rail is still shorted. Most of the time, they won't be shorted to the main power rail if it's like a SSD, RAM, things like that. But you'll have power rails that are shorted, like lower power rails that are shorted, and then you'll measure those things on there. So, all right, so I got the SSD out, inject 0.05. So Equinox wants me to inject something right now. So do you think that that will be relevant right now? Because you remember, knowing how much to inject is based on what you're measuring. So if you're measuring 2 ohms, you can't, like a half an amp or half a volt is not going to produce enough amperage because of Ohm's law. Right? So if it's 2 ohms, you have to inject what, I mean, 2 volts maybe, a volt and a half maybe, in order to even get something to show up, right? So 1 volt is really my max that I'll get up to, and I don't even like going above that. Sometimes I go to 1.2, like, because these CPUs in general can actually go up to 1.3 volts, so it's not like that bad, but you know, there's no point because we don't need to do that. Anyway, that's my whole point. That's my rant. That's my rant. So hopefully you guys are kind of getting the picture, because I kind of go through this over and over again. And I know it's like a broken record sometimes, but if 2 volts is too high for a CPU. Yes, 2 volts is way too high for a CPU. You want it, you got it. So let me pop this apart, and then we will get straight and measure the other areas there. But anyway, my whole point is don't just jump to voltage injection unless you know it's a 0. So like if it says, if you're measuring it and you're like, oh, that's basically 0, then you could do it. But if it's 0.3 or 0.4, then you can't do it still, because that's a GPU. I mean, you could still do it, but just you're not going to see anything. Now for science, I could do it right now, but it's not going to, I'm just kind of telling you it's a waste of time. Yes, we have picture, I can't believe. Inject AC at 500 hertz at 12 volt, 50 milliamps, and listen where the tone goes. Listen to the resonance. He will inject it, 220, 221, whatever it takes. Reverse probing will do it. So if we put it in diode mode, do it for science. You know what? We could do it for science. We could find some board that we can blow up. We had a board a while back that we figured out the CPU was shorted or something like that, or a chipset or something. And we ended up injecting 20 volts into the CPU at one point. Or I think that's what we did, but then my power supply couldn't handle it. But we just kept going up higher and higher until it like popped. It was fun. Pour some water on it. It's an easy fix. So what you're saying now is that you can bypass the CPU. So we're going to bypass the CPU whenever we're actually doing our injection in order to figure it out, to figure out which MOSFET is shorted, because those are all in parallel. Because the same thing is like, okay, so that last machine, I don't know if you were here for the last machine, but the last machine had 2 MOSFETs in parallel, or even these. We can even use this. There's 2 MOSFETs in parallel. Sometimes one of those will go short. Which one went short? You don't know. So you can sit there and just keep taking them off, or you can inject voltage from one side of the MOSFET to the other, and it will go through the one that's shorted, and then we'll heat it up, and then you'll know which one's shorted. And that means you're not going through the entire board. You're not going to source to ground. You're just going from the entrance of that MOSFET to the exit of that MOSFET, and then it will tell you which one's shorted. So that's kind of what we're doing when we do a bypass method on these CPUs to protect the CPU from burning up, you know. Adjust the carburetor screw. Tighten it up. Change the PCV valve out. Who needs a thermal camera? Just submerge the board in water and see which component boils. Has to be distilled water, though. Interesting that I can't see Chesty Puller in chat, but in the stream you can. Really? Chesty. Let's see. I see Chesty. You can't see Chesty? Huh. I see him on mine. You must have hid him at one point. Yeah, look, he's right here. Look at all them Chesties. Check the flux capacitor. Great Scott! Let the electrons fly. Am I missing secret screws? I don't like secret screws. Yeah, so you must have hid him. Unhide me, please. Listen to him. I don't see him either. Oh, is he hidden? Let me see if I can... I don't have an option here on mine. Let me check this one. Let me take that poll down. I realize there's a poll still there. Chesty. Oh, I don't see him. You're right. That's interesting. I don't see him on this other stream. I see him on this one. Huh. Yeah, I don't see him over here. Weird. Chesty, what did you do? I had the wrong chat selected. Show all. All good. Okay. All right, the board is out. The motherboard is out. All right, so let me go ahead and pull all this stuff off. I need to pull the heatsink off, and then we need to get down to the CPU in order to take a look at it and take our measurements and figure out which one of these things are shorted. Chesty's a ghost. Order of operation. Okay, so we have to do everything in an order of operation. No liquid metal of death. This machine was not shipped with liquid metal. Thank little baby Jesus for that. I cannot believe that they put that stuff on these machines. Is this the same chat? It's the same chat, yes. All right, so we got to be careful when we take off heat sinks for the first time, when they've been on there for a long time. So you always want to do the rocking method, and then you want to only pull from the center. I do not want to see anybody pulling from out here. If you bend one of these pipes, it's done. It's done, man. It's done. So basically these are, if they get bent, then they no longer function as heat sinks. All right, so the heat sink is off, and it totally looks like factory. So this is a factory application of thermal compound or heatsink compound, and looks normie. No issues there. You see a little bit of pressure on these pads here. And I bet that one of these are probably the shorted MOSFETs, I bet. So we might need to upgrade the pad there. Might need to put some thermal grizzly pads in place. So let's take a look over here. So these are going to be the MOSFETs I think are probably shorted, one of these four. So these are all in parallel. This one, this one, this one, and this one. They're all in parallel. They're working together. And you can actually see that right here. So we have the output here. It's tied there. And the output, all of these are tied together as an output. And then they go through and then energize this area to power the CPU. This one's going to be on its own. Wait, did I have that separate? Yeah, this one is on its own. You can actually see the separator right there. Yeah. So this one's on its own, and then these are together. Did I say 4? Did 5? Does this one have more stages? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, so those 4 together. This one's separate. This one should be integrated graphics, I believe. Or maybe it's the little one, the little baby one. So this is the AMD CPU. It's probably the Ryzen 9 most likely, because that's what always breaks on these. Let's see which one it is. Where are you at? Ryzen. Can't see, I can't see. It's a Ryzen 7. I did not expect that. So most of the times the Ryzen 9s are what's failing. Anyway, we haven't even determined that it's it, but I just want to, we're there now. So we're to the point where we can do that. So main power rail is going to come in right here. That's going to be this point. So if we measure here, we have a short of 2.43. If we measure right here, we have a short of 1.7. That's lower. Well, now if we measure from this point to this point, it should be 0. And it is 0. Okay? So you see how we're doing that? So basically, if I'm going from ground to the main power rail, I'm getting a measurement. If I press hard, there we go. Now we're down to 1.6. And if I press hard on this one, we're at 1.6. So that matches. And if we come over here, this is the one that should not be together. Yeah, it's 8 ohms. That's going to be integrated graphics. And then if you just kind of say, okay, I want to see where it is from here to there, see what the resistance is, we can see that it's 0. The harder I press, the better. Oh, got to press really hard. Real hard. All right, CPU is it. Most likely the CPU is fine because I've fixed tons of these. So it's going to be one of these are going to be shorted. And so these MOSFETs basically take the 20 volts, they pulse like this, with a PWM signal, and they produce 0.7 to 1.3 volts, something like that. They're all kind of moving around. A lot of times they get hot. The one on the end a lot of times fails. I don't know if it has to do with the way this is set on here. But basically it becomes a wire and just takes the voltage and sends it right through. So we're going to figure out which one it is, but we're not going to, if we just inject voltage on the main power rail and have it go through here, it's going to go through here, it's going to go through the CPU back to ground. And that's what makes 2 ohms or 1.6 ohms. In order to keep that down, we can just go from here to here. So we can inject here and then just have it go through one of these and then go back to ground right here, or the negative of our power supply. Okay? And that's called the bypass method. Will save your CPU. What's the heat mark on the pad? It's a discoloration. It's not really a heat mark, but the silicone pad that kind of sits across this whole thing, that's the pink stuff, it's kind of oozes juice. It wheezes juice. Wheezes the juice. It's a Pauly Shore line, isn't it? So it Pauly Shores some juice out, and it just did it on there. All right, so we're gonna go 0.6. We're gonna do 0.6 amps. I mean volts, 0.6 volts, which would probably be 3 amps or something like that. And I'm going to just clip the negative of my voltage injection tool right here. And I'm just gonna choose, it doesn't matter which one I go on because they're all outputs. Doesn't matter, I'm just gonna poke it there. And then we're gonna go thermal. Go thermal! Thermal! All right, so reflection, let me move out of the way so our reflection's out of the way. And we are going to inject on the main power rail, if I can get a good spot for it. All right, do you guys want to guess which one it is? So it's either going to be, let's see, this one, this one, this one, or this one. All right. I usually think it's going to be the one on the end, but you guys can just guess. It's going to be 1, 2, 3, or 4. 1, 2, 3, or 4. So I think it's number 1. So we got 2s, we got 4s, 2s. So just put your number in now. Okay. Everybody else? 6 7s. Wheezing the juice. Okay, I'm about to do it. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1. And it's number 4. Number 4, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. It's this one right here. Did you see it heat up? I'm gonna do it one more time. Right there. So now I'm just gonna go ahead and mark it so I have it marked. Okay, so now I wanna show you, just because people want science, now I'm gonna show you the non-bypass method, okay? So here's our CPU, here's our MOSFETs. Now I'm just gonna clip my alligator right on the ground. And so now it's on ground, so that means it's gonna have to come through here, come through this bad MOSFET, we've already identified it's this one, but it's gonna come right through there, and it's gonna take this path, and it's gonna go through the CPU to ground. Now I'm not gonna hurt anything because I'm not gonna keep the voltage high, but I just wanna show you. So if I inject voltage right here, I have barely any amps coming out because it's not pulling enough current for it. So now I'm gonna up the voltage. I was at 0.6 volts, now I'm gonna go up to 1 volt. So now I'm at 1 volt. And you see the CPU getting warm? You see that? It's barely getting warm. But can I see that MOSFET is actually getting hot? Oh, the MOSFET's actually getting hot. Huh, that's interesting. Okay. Well, that's not normal. Normally the MOSFET would not get that hot. So it actually did show itself up on there. So there you go. That never happens. But my point was, like, if you injected voltage from the very starting, you would not have seen any heat. Okay. So that's funny. It just showed up there. All right, so this is our guy right here. We're just going to take him off of there. 4 is still hot. 4 is still hot. MOSFET. That sounds like a German MOSFET. MOSFET. More groundbreaking science and new discoveries, I tell you. It's not always like that, though. That's the thing. Sometimes, or most of the time, I would say that's not getting hot enough through there. But I guess it depends on how shorted it is. You guessed the number from the left. Oh, so you were right anyway. Actually, I need to move this. I hate melting this. It's all hot. Let me pull this out of the way. So what you're saying is, you're right after the fact. Where's my flux at? Where the flux at, yo? So number 4 was number 1, actually. Oh, I can smell it. It smells burned. Weird. Yeah, I can smell it. Interesting. Interesting. flux that motherboard. All right, so now that that MOSFET's off of there, now we can come back over here and we'll measure the main power rail. And the short is gone. The short is gone. All right, so we don't have a short there. This is still going to measure low, especially because we have it's all hot right here. So we're going to let that, we're going to put a new CPU, a new MOSFET on there. So let me grab one of those. I smell victory coming in. Okay. Let's see if I can grab an 8694 somewhere. It's 695s, 8694, so there we go. Okay. So we're going to get a brand new 8694, which I have to buy by the bundle because I go through so many of them. I buy them by the roll. Two in a row, wow. Yeah, I decided we're gonna have to have some wins for a while because, you know, sometimes we could fix 3 in one night, sometimes we could fix 0 in one night. And what I don't like is sitting here spending 4 hours on something and not fixing it. Now the question is, do you guys want to work on the one from the video on Saturday? Because that one is a pain in the butt. Oh, I have another one that's really weird too that I still have that I keep messing with. It's stuck at the lowest CPU speed. That's pretty weird. What did I miss? I missed something. Gifted subs? Ank, you just gifted some more subs? Thank you. Super generous. Let's see who got some subs tonight. So Dead and Brian and David and Parallel and Alfrey. You just got some subscriptions. Thank you for that. All right, so I'm going to try to line this up. Let's see which way it goes. We got the 2 marks there. It's going to go this direction. Or stop it. Right here. It's going to go like that. All right. So the gates break on them? Yeah, that's basically what's happening. They usually get hot and then they just end up shorting out. So the high side shorts. So these are going to be a double, it's going to be 2 MOSFETs in one package. And so it's, there's a high side and a low side, and so the high side shorts out. Now I've seen a couple times where the low side shorts out the ground or it shorts straight to ground. Well, I guess that would be the high and low. And those are nice because then they're just a 0 ohm short, and then you think it's a capacitor. And then you're like, why is it not working? So, but yeah, so the high side shorts, so therefore when the high side comes in, it just goes straight out the center here. That looks good. Zoom. Zoom to enhance. Let's see how far we can go in here. There we go. Okay. I'm going to clean that up. We'll check for shorts. Welcome, welcome. Enjoy the never-ending fixes. It's like a circle. It has no start and has no end. Every single day, I come in and I work on more stuff. 420 and Jamaica organic flux. The Black Horse flux, nothing but the best. Earlier you mentioned that Ryzen chips fail. Is there any reason? Is it an AMD issue? I don't know. It's these boards in general that there's only like 3 or 4 AMD systems that Dell makes. Or maybe there's more than that, but because they make really low end like Inspirons and stuff, but I'm talking about for gaming. So they have a couple of these M15R7s and M17R5s, which are the same board basically, and I see them fail a lot. So I don't know. I mean, the chips aren't failing, I guess, as much as I have seen the chips fail, but it's these MOSFETs are failing and then causing the chips to fail. But usually you have a pretty good chance of the chip being fine here. So I'm gonna let this cool off a little bit. I wanna measure the resistance now, make sure we're back up to our 1.6. We're back up to 1.6, guys. Look at that. And then our main power rail is shorted again? What? What? Huh? What? Are we glad we checked that? How is that possible? We haven't even turned it on. Let me reflow that. Maybe we left some solder ball underneath there. Huh. Warranty melted plastic here. I just ruined this plastic from heating it just now. Four got it in chat. Welcome to Parallel. Welcome. Let's try this again. So when in doubt, reflow. If you just installed something and you're still seeing a short, because the short wasn't there until we put this back on, so we are seeing something there. So I'm just going to reflow. Where my tweezers are. Dang solder balls. Yeah, I wasn't like 100%. You saw me kind of look at it and be like, did I solder that good enough? So I didn't tap it enough is what's going on. Or the CPU could be toast. No, because I measured the main power rail, so that's not going to be tying to anything else. I bet we just have a solder ball under there. Let me zoom in for our viewing pleasure. Okay. Try it again. Put some more flux under there just in case. Just in case it's not flowed good enough. Maybe it's because I'm using enough white flux. What do you think about that? Okay, I squeeze it real good now. All right, so it was floating on some solder. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. Oh, I burned myself. Ah. Why? Why did I do that? Ah. Oh. Wow. Look at that. Right there. Ah. Yeah, I just touched the coil. I was actually trying to just wipe it with this, but there was a hole in it, and it came through and touched the coil. Wow, look at that. What do I need to put on that? Ooh. My biscuits are burning. Biscuits are burning. Flux it. I need to put some, yeah, that's what the NF white's good for. We'll put some of that on there. There we go. Burn gel, or you know what? I should have some of that here. I probably have some in our first aid kit in the building. Probably put some hot sauce on it. I need to put some bourbon on it. That's what I need to do. Is it bourbon time yet? Okay. All right. Is the short going to be gone now? That'd be funny if it's still there. And then I'll be like, what? And then you'll be like, what? And I'll be like, what? Short is still there. What in the what? We haven't done anything. All this is hot, but why? You know what? I bet these might be hot still. What do you think? Do you think a MOSFET's kind of being stuck because it's hot? What is going on here? Let me think about this. I've never seen this before. Let me cool it off a little bit more. Here, we're going to blow it under the big blower, so plug your ears, okay? Otherwise, did we just put a bad MOSFET on there? Did we put China on there? Because I can only buy these from China. So I might have bought a Chinese knockoff. Okay, it's cool, so it should work, right? A bad capacitor? No, because it's shorting. It has to go through one of those. So the measurement we're getting here is the same measurement we had here, which is the same issue we had a second ago. So if I measure the main power rail, it's fine. They were just hot. Mucho caliente. It was just heat you're measuring, right? Oh, no. Or I didn't have a good ground a second ago. So we still have the same measurement. All right, I'm going to do a bypass again. And I guarantee we're going to have a short on the chip we just put on there because we just installed some inferior garbage or something. I don't know. All right, so what you do to find the short is we're going to go through this whole method again. So what we're doing is called the bypass method, and we're going to take our alligator clip and we're going to put it on here, but we're only going to inject 0.7 volts because you guys already heard all this stuff. Muy caliente. Yeah, you hear my Spanish is so good. So good, man. All right, so this is still hot, so yay. But we're going to bypass. Yep. Yep, Eddie. It's that same one. So like if I move down here and even inject on that side. Gosh, this thing's really struggling here. Let me poke over on this side instead so I'm not going through that inductor. That's crazy. I have it at 0.7 amps. And I'm pulling, 0.7 volts and I'm pulling 9 amps. There you go, that's much better. This is crazy, bro. All right, anyway, we're gonna take this one off. That we just, did we put the same one back on? What if we did that? That's what we marked it. No, this is the bad one. This is the bad one, that's the new one, brand new, from Soren's box. Okay. Okay, well let's go ahead and change it out again. Round 2, fight! You trimmed it. I don't know what I did, but maybe I cracked it. Let's crack the next one and call it a day. Is that what you just said? Is that what you just said? Where'd my flux go? All right, I'm getting rid of this. I'm not using that flux. We're gonna use some Amtech. All right, we'll just use some Amtech. Your sister is married. We should hot glue it instead. Then we don't have to worry about it. New package out of the bag. I'm sure. I've never actually seen that happen before, but it has to be that case. And I have no real way of testing it before I install it. But maybe I just overheated it? No. I've done this so many times. I've installed these so many times. Did I install it backwards? No, we already checked that, right? The writing on the wall was correct. Pen 1 was correct. All right. We got that off of there. Let's see if the short is gone. Round 2. The short is gone. The short is gone. All right, so this one's bad. Well, no sir, don't like it at all. Datasheet time. Probe a new one. You want to probe one off a datasheet? I don't know if it will prove anything. Maybe I'll take one out of this pack that I've used every single one and I haven't had an issue. I bet I have a new batch because I've just added a bunch in here. So this one, I've used all of these and I haven't had an issue. And it's empty. Darn it, what a fake anticipation there. All right. Saves time to blow it away. All right, so this one has 2 used out of it. Is that where we just used the other one? No, that one isn't. So I'm going to take this one right here. This one's going to be the best MOSFET ever made. That's crazy. I can't believe that happened. I can't believe. All right. Psych. That's round 2. Psych. Oh, you guys are so funny. Or am I the funny one? Hold on. Just gotta get it straight. It has a different number on it. Okay, so cool. We chose a different one, at least from a different batch. A different seller. A different Chinese seller. I usually buy all these from this one seller on AliExpress. And I never have any issues with any of his chips anytime I have to buy it this way. So I don't know if I bought these differently this time. So that's just a date code. So the MPP R versus B versus whatever, it's all, that's just like a date thing. Led can tell you all about it. He's the leader of date codes. The leader. He's not only a founder, but the leader of date codes. Okay. You know what? I just realized this feed is not updating. No wonder I couldn't see all this stuff. Okay. I was like, why can I not see what you're saying here? I got all these chat windows everywhere. Look at my whole setup here. Look at this. Like, chat. I have a chat over here, and then I have my preview. I have the Twitch preview over here. I have multiple Twitch chats, your chats, like all over the place, just trying to be able to keep track of everything at the same time. A dating expert. That's pretty funny. Yeah, Lead Farmer's a dating expert. Data sheet date code legend, please. He's the legend, man. I'm in Texas, Austin, Texas, where Dell was started. All right. The chip is from the 12th century. I do concur. I do declare. That's what it is. I do declare that it's from the 12th century. All right, so we figure out what the date code is set up on that. Short check. I'm going to let it cool off a second. You've got ADHD. Actually, I have coffee after 6. Actually, I need the rest of my green drink. All right, there we go. Green drink, celery, cucumber, collards, lemon, kale, collard greens. Oh, we're gonna take it all down. Woo. All right, got my, oh, that was spicy. Spicy. It's like a spicy meatball. All right, let's get all this stuff off of here. No caffeine after 6. Yeah, that's why I end up staying up till midnight on this night. So I get home at like 10:30 after the stream. And then I just kind of sit down and relax, pour myself a little bourbon action. Sometimes I have some candy, which I shouldn't have candy that late either. And then next thing I know, it's midnight. And then I have to get up at 5:30 and do it all over again. I prefer V8 spicy. You know what? I wouldn't mind having V8, but it doesn't have a lot of salt in it. Am I wrong about that? Or can you get like low sodium V8? Because I wouldn't mind V8, personally. I do like a michelada. No short. All right, the short is truly gone now. That was crazy. That's a crazy. And so CPU is still measuring correctly, but the main power rail is not shorted. Okay. That's the way it should have done the first time. So, you know, if I edit this into a long form video, we can cut that out if we want to, or we can leave it in for science, just to let you know that, you know, you can buy something that's bad out of the bag, right? Okay, time to rebuild it here. And so all I'm going to do is quickly reassemble. We're not going to do like a full rebuild because that's a waste of time on the stream. I have 2 questions. I want to learn fixing boards, especially ECUs in cars. Would you recommend somewhere for the start? Well, the Black Horse Repairs, he does ECU repairs on cars. Black Horse. Do you subscribe to the Black Horse channel? Anybody here subscribe to the Black Horse Repairs channel? So you should go do that right now. He's the one who makes the Black Horse Flux, which is really good stuff. He also makes liquid metal remover, but he also does CPU swaps. He does ECU reprogramming and fixing. He does a lot of interesting things. And right now he's building a battery analyzer that's open source for everyone to use. There you go. So Lead Farmer just pasted in there. I want everybody, we got 1,000 people here. Everybody go click on it and hit subscribe. I want to see his subscriber count go up by 1,000. Let's see what that does. Level 1. So I didn't take off the old thermal paste on here because all we're doing is testing, so I just put a little bit of new stuff on there. The old stuff's still going to have the exact shape that it was there. Paste it to Twitch. Oh, yeah, sorry. That's a good point. Did we get it over on Twitch? Yeah, Northwest Repair is the other one that's really good, that he does GPU repair. If you haven't watched his channel. We should put a whole list out, actually, because NanoFix is really good, too, if you guys aren't watching NanoFixes. He's doing a whole series on microscopes right now. And so, like, optical versus digital microscopes. All right, there's Northwest Repair. Did we get Black Horse over there on Twitch so everyone can go subscribe to Black Horse? Just subscribed. Awesome. Yeah, so he has some really good stuff. I would go through all his stuff, all his videos. He has a whole catalog there, fixing all sorts of different things. And he's really good at software design. And then also, he's more of like an inventor. That's what I like about him. He likes to problem solve things. All right, we got some subs coming in. Okay. All right, is this gonna work? I'm sure you can. There you go. They're both in there now. Black Horse Repairs. But if you want some good flux, buy his flux. He makes it himself. It's organic. It smells like pine trees. It's made out of beeswax and pine sap, and it is exquisite. It smells really good. I still think he needs to make a candle, a Black Horse Repairs Omega 559 candle, because it smells that good. Like the flux I'm using right now, because I'm out of his flux, it smells like trash. It smells like horrible, like chemicals. But the other stuff's all organic. Sub to both. Awesome. That's going to help those guys out a lot for all their hard work. Tronic Fix is good too. Yeah, and I don't end up watching enough Tronics Fix. That's the problem. I need to get over there and just kind of get in the feed. He does a lot of console repair, or I guess he does like random stuff, right? He gets on eBay too. Joey Does Tech is really good too. You guys watch Joey Does Tech? Don't forget JFix. JFix is in the house. JFix is the one who runs the Discord that everyone's linked to here. So if you ever are on our Discord, that's JFix's Discord. And he has a YouTube channel, and he does videos, and has a whole video series too. So you should go check that out. Board Rev? I don't know if I've heard of that. You subbed. Thank you, guys. Okay, so board's installed. I don't have the sound. Let me plug in the sound. All right. And there's a link to the Discord. That's JFix's Discord, but I don't have a Discord, so that's the Discord that I kind of recommend everybody go to, and that will you can ask technical questions. There's a whole community of people that will help out. I jump on there. I'm really bad at checking it, so don't fault me for that, but I do go on there and answer stuff occasionally. And yeah, it's a lot of help. All right, so we have it reassembled. Let me go ahead and plug in the power. Let's keep an eye on the power meter. I'm going to pull up the chart here. And plugged it in. Now we got 0.02, 0.03, right around there. So 20 milliamps is going to be the resting current. Now you did see it jump up to 0.23. That's 230 milliamps. That's usually pre-charge current for the battery. And then after it negotiates with the battery, it's going to jump up to, I don't know, I think it's charged at 50 watts. So it should be at like 3 amps. Yeah, 64 watts. So 64 watt charging of the battery. I haven't even turned this thing on yet. So, but I already know that that's a charging thing that we see if you watch that exact pattern. So 0.202 is good, 0.23 is good. Now when I open this lid, you'll see the current actually drop down because it's going to trigger the machine on, and then it should jump back up after it starting up. But it didn't even jump down. So it actually kept charging and started the machine. We do have keyboard backlight. I do hear fans. Now the question is, are we going to get a 2-1 error here because we have a bad CPU and it cannot start the CPU? That is the case. It does happen sometimes. A lot of times these MOSFETs do protect the CPU, or it's actually the protection MOSFETs on the input are protecting it, so the power management chip. Ken, thanks for a $20 donation. Thank you so much. Love the channel. Love watching the channel. Well, thank you so much for the support. That is very, very nice of you. I will put it to good use. So right now we're just going to let it go through. We are flatlining. We don't want it to flatline for too long, but it is going through a CMOS reset, so it should move around. So it's 90 watts flat. I don't like that. But these do take a little bit of time to go through a whole CMOS reset, turn off, turn on, turn off, turn on. So we're going to let it go through that process. We are up to 130 watts, which is really good. Still a chance that we could have a bad CPU, like it's trying to start it up and then kicks it off. You guys are starting to get stressed out. We need to cue the music, right? Cue the Jeopardy music. Not laggy, but there's some static. Do we have static on my audio again? My audio good? Oh, we got a picture. I can't believe. All right, I saved another laptop. So we were able to resolve the issue with this. So, you know, we found that the main power rail was shorted. A 2 ohm short or 1.6 ohm short did point us in the right direction without even having to take the whole thing apart. We already knew that it was going to be somewhere CPU related. Once we got to the CPU, we were able to identify which MOSFET was shorted out. We changed out that MOSFET, and the new MOSFET we put on was shorted also, which was crazy right out of the package. So grabbed another one, put that on there. It actually resolved the issue. Of course, I will take apart the whole laptop, clean out, do all new thermal paste, clean the fans, do a whole kind of make it brand new again before I ship it out. But I'd love to know your thoughts on this one, and thanks for watching. Just kidding. All right, so we got that done. We can boot in the diagnostics. 3.1. Gosh. 3.1 error code is going to be a CMOS reset, so it just means that the power of the CMOS was cleared. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. I get goofy when it starts getting late like this because I've been here for so long. But we got 2 saved. I'm just running through here and make sure the fans blow and we don't have any issues with that. But we do have this one working, and we do have one more laptop we're going to work on tonight. And hopefully we could save that one also. And we can do a 3 for 3. Because I think we've had a couple streams lately where we didn't fix a single one, or we struggled for a long time because it was something weird. So I just want to get through this, and then we're going to move on to the next one. The singing BIOS. It's like the singing bush. La 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 la. You guys know the singing bush? Oh gosh. Oh my god. Yeah. The 3 amigos. Oh. Oh, that movie is ridiculous. Okay, so last Wednesday you didn't fix any, and I think the Wednesday before that I didn't fix any either. Sometimes when I leave those nights, I'm just like, what did I just sit through? What did I do? I feel like it was just a horrible night. But at the same time, I feel like everyone still has fun because we're just hanging out and doing stuff, even if we don't fix something. But bring the shrubbery. The 3 amigos. Mix it. Love it. I will give 5 sub if he has done it. Okay, Tazzy. All right, so this is, I don't want to wait 2 minutes for this. So let me just make sure it's charging the battery. That's the last thing we need to check. Make sure we are getting charging the battery, which we did see current already. And we have 48% charge, says charging 5 amps into the battery. I'm going to unplug it, make sure it runs off the charger. Running off the charger, perfect. And then I plug it back in. And it's working. So we are good. All right, so that laptop's done. Another one in the books. Let's grab our next contestant. And we'll grab a new screw bowl because we don't want to mix screws. All right. And this one is pull these MOSFETs out of the way. Oh, can I clean up my desk? Oh, I hate it. I hate how dirty it is here. Let me put this stuff away. Oh, AW, thank you for that donation there. $1, $1. Thank you, thank you. Denzel Washington. Do a ride along here. Okay. Okay, the M16's coming up is what you've always dreamed of. It's not even the M16, it's the M16 AMD edition, or Ryzen edition. So this is the Ryzen edition. So let me turn that off here. All right, so the note says as follows, not giving me an option to select motherboard repair potentially. Okay, so this is just filling out the motherboard repair form. Turned off, smelt a weird smell by the charging port. Plugged in the charger, it would automatically trip the charger, and the light would instantly turn off. Local repair shop. I took it to, said it's probably a bad motherboard. Okay. So, and I know for a fact my tech wrote on the label here, shorts charger. He put it on the outside label so I wouldn't plug the charger in. So it does short the charger. We're not going to plug in the charger. Okay. We're going to have to go straight into it, but we can do our intro still. All right. M16 what? R1? Yeah. All right. All right, new date, another laptop that needs to be saved, and this time we have an Alienware M16R1. This is the Ryzen edition. Now, this customer said that the laptop just shut off, and they actually, when they plugged in the charger, it shorted out the charger. They could smell some sort of burning smell. They took it to a repair shop. The repair shop says it's probably a bad motherboard, so they sent it to me. I haven't taken a look at this yet. Let's take a look together and see if we can get this figured out. Okay, it's funny. So you know my opening, I just kind of say that same thing over and over again. So when I say, let's see if we can get this figured out, there was somebody who said, that's not proper English. You need to say, let me determine what the issue is, or let me determine what the problem is. Like, pardon me, let me determine what the problem is. I don't think that kind of rolls off the tongue the same way as, let me see if we can figure this out. I'm trying to speak in kind of layman's term. I don't need to be super complex. I'm not super educated, so. Anyway, bro, say it your way. All right, so this one, you know, we could try to turn it on. Doesn't have any power. My other tech looked at this, said that it does short out the charger, so we do not want to, under any circumstance, plug in a charger that is shorting out, because if it is an issue where the protection MOSFETs that are supposed to shut off the charger are not shutting off, then it means it's making it to the main power rail, which the main power rail can be shorted by a capacitor or something like that, or it can be shorted through the CPU, and then we're killing the CPU every time we plug it in, okay? So do not do that. If it is shorting, you want to just bench it and open it up, and we'll just kind of figure it out. So we're gonna go ahead and open it up and take a look inside. proper schmopper. Dell slang. Indeed, it is proper. That's why I like Soren. He's like, it's proper nice, proper nice. The Wi-Fi card has to be the issue one of these days. There ain't nothing wrong with the way you're saying it. Permit me, kind sir, hold on, where is that? Permit me, kind sir, to diagnose the flux capacitor. Kentucky Fried Alien. Trying to keep it fun, not speak proper English. That's right. Try to keep it casual. You know, like the George Costanza, you sit there and eat an apple while you're having a conversation. Keeps it casual. That's what I should do with all my repairs. I should just like eat an apple at the same time. You know. Okay, so yeah, what is the specs of this one? Yeah, does this have a 4080? It might have a 4080, you're right. Oh, whew. Do you guys want to look up to see if it has a 4080 or not? There's no service tag. No service tag. So I can't tell you what it is. All right, and the bottom is off. All right, quick look around. So we have the main battery. It looks inferior. So it does not look like a real battery. And here is the real battery. It's in the box. So we have a serial number here. And this one right here has a little bit different layout. It doesn't say Dell on either battery because that's normal on this particular battery, but you could tell by the way that they kind of printed it. The font's a little different, the color's a little different. It doesn't have the serial number sticker. So this is a fake battery. Don't think that's the cause, but it could have caused it later on in the long run. So this one does have 4 fans. It has one that points at the DDR5 memory, has 2 on the CPU side, 1 on the GPU side. This one is set up to have 3 NVMe's, one 2230, and looks like these are 2280s or 2230s, but only one's populated. Actually, none's populated. This is empty. So we need to measure the main power rail, but the problem with this board is that all the circuitry is on the other side of the board. I'm going to unplug the battery here. The fake factor of the battery is definitely alarming. Oh, we should smell it. Okay, I'm going to take the Wi-Fi card out, get that out of the picture. All right, so I got the battery unplugged. we can come over here to the DC jack, and this is what I don't want you to do as a technician. So do as I don't do right here. So we're going to come over here to the DC jack and be like, okay, well, I plugged in the charger and it's shorting out, but let me check to see if it's shorting out. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to measure. Okay, we have a short here. What about over here? I don't have a short here. So I don't have a short on my DC jack, so it should be good, right? No, because these are behind some MOSFETs, but they're not even on this side of the board. So how do I figure out the main power rail shorted? Because there's no MOSFETs on this side of the board at all. At all. There's none. We have the sound. The sound's not going to take 20 volts, so we don't need, that's not going to be it. What about these coils right here? These coils, or not coil, I'm calling them coils. These capacitors are going to be going to the CPU, and these are going to the GPU, but none of these are going to have the 20 volts because we need the main power rails, what we're trying to find. Well, I'm trying to teach you how to find a main power rail. That's the thing. So I'm trying to find a good ground here. Let's see. So we're going to measure around. So if I measure these capacitors, so once, and you need to find an input. So this right here is going to be a buck converter that's converting the 20 volts into a, what is going on here? Uh-oh. You guys there? And I'm back. Oh no, yeah, it showed that my Twitch just disconnected. I mean, not my Twitch, my OBS. Are we okay? I'm gonna give it a second. Yeah, it was buffering. I mean, I don't have any dropped frames, but it's weird. YouTube buffering. Okay. I'm gonna pause for a second. Make sure we're all good. Okay, we're good. Yeah, I don't know why it disconnected there. So I don't know where we were, but I'm just gonna, loading. Oh, maybe 10 seconds. I died for 10 seconds. And now I've been reincarnated. All right, so basically what I'm doing is I'm trying to find a power rail on this side of the board because I haven't removed the board to measure the main power rail, right? So here is an inductor. This is gonna be the output. And so what I need is to find the input of the buck converter that's powering that output. So it could be a MOSFET or something like that. This is just gonna be a buck converter. So this is gonna be the main power rail here. I can check this one. There's no short on the output. But the input, we have 0. This is gonna be basically a 0 here. And on this side, what do we have? Basically 0 over here. So I'm gonna poke as hard as I can. 0.23 or 22. And I press hard on this side. I don't know which side's ground yet because we're trying to get the measurement right. I gotta poke hard. Okay, hard. There you go. So that's gonna be our ground side. I'm poking, I'm getting 0.17. And on this side, I'm gonna poke hard. Oh, almost 1.7. So that's almost a 0 ohm short. I got everyone naming cap. Who else? Liquid metal. Okay, what else? There's only really three things that can cause this. A 0 ohm short, where it's basically 0. It's going to be a shorted MOSFET on the low side, or it'd be high-low, and then a shorted capacitor or leaking liquid metal. Those are the only three things. Unless there's something else I'm missing. It needs a new alternator. All right, so we did confirm that the main power rail is shorted, and the only way to do it is by finding some sort of power rail or power supply on this side of the board, because everything else is on the other side of the board. That's why I'm just trying to teach you kind of how to hunt around. So always look for an inductor, and then that's going to be the output to create a power rail. So that's actually a 5-volt power rail that powers the RAM. So then you need to find the input to that, and then, yeah. All right, so poll time. Do you want me to create a poll? If we want to create a text poll that has 3 options, I can create one on YouTube that has 3 options. That's cap, liquid metal. Here, I'm going to do that. So what is causing the short? All right, so we're going to say cap, LLM, or MOSFET. There we go. And then Premise or somebody over there on Twitch, can you create a poll for that? You have to do it /poll, you know. Okay, so I'm going to start pulling this board out. So we're going to pull it out so we can kind of figure this stuff out anyway. but I'm going to get going. Wasn't the cap acting like a wire? That's correct. So the cap will crack because a cap is always, well, 99% of the time is actually connected across a power rail. So it's going to be on the one side's going to be the positive of a power rail and one side's going to be on the ground. Can I change my answer? Uh-oh, you're going to have to switch carriers there. You got to log in as a different user to change your answer. All of the above. Oh no. It's a combination of things. Twitch poll's coming soon, guys. Just give it a second. Okay. Liquid metal is the subject. So LLM stands for leaking liquid metal. Could be a diode. Oh, yeah, it could be a diode. Okay, diode would be the last one. Very rarely do I see that. That would be like a reverse diode, but because there are diodes that are set up as a reverse thing there. Do I need to do it on Twitch? Or you guys got it? I can do it on Twitch too. Okay, there it is. Okay, so it is up on Twitch now. So you can go ahead and do your voting while I'm unscrewing. Okay, LLM on the Wi-Fi card. And we saw that, didn't we? Didn't we have one that had Wi-Fi or had LLM on that? It was on something, or maybe it was on the hard drive or SSD. Wow, 4 fans, that's a lot. This machine has 4 fans, and you would think it's impressive, but it actually is very, very bad cooling. And there's a bug coming out of it. Why is there a bug coming out of it? What is that? What are you, buddy? You're bugging me, bro. What is that? It's moving a little fast. And he disappeared. That bugs me. Kind of look like a gnat or something, a fruit fly. I don't think it came with the laptop. Not a bed bug. Okay, yeah, anyway, I was saying that this machine, I don't like the cooling on it. So there are plenty of machines like the X17s are really good at cooling. They have 4 fans on either, or 2 fans on either side, 4, and then these 2 actually blow to the inside of the machine and cool it off. This one has them where they only blow out this way, and then this one only blows on this stick of RAM, but not this one. So it's a hardware bug. That's what it is. That's what it is. There's a poll for you, so you can actually see what it is. It came with Windows 11. That's the issue. Use the thermal camera to find the roach. Do they have heat signatures? Do you know if insects actually have a heat signature through a thermal camera? That'd be crazy to figure that out. Probe it. Gah, right through it. It's an alien bug. So we could do the fan mod on this if you want. So yeah, that's what I was kind of trying to explain. So the other machines actually blew air to the inside. This one doesn't. So what I do is I cut out a chunk of this fan edge right here, so it actually blows air into this area. And this is the power supply that burns up a lot on these. It's cold-blooded. This has been taken apart before. This isn't stuck to the motherboard like it usually is. So I guess the other repair shop opened it up. Hot glue the bug. They're not warm-blooded. Oh, well, that makes sense. Are you a insectologist? So how can you track insects? Is there any way of doing that? Look like a fruit fly. I think it was. I'm having a few of those around right now because of the weather. Default bug. There you go. Sloppy seconds. No. Look at all those words. Small cold-blooded can be seen. Large clusters such as beehives. Massive infestations generate enough heat to show up in distinct hotspots. Okay, so like their movements almost as like friction, right? Like I can understand like a beehive because they're like, bzzz, right? The pheromone tracking. There you go. That's what it is. Ultraviolet. Okay, that seems like it. Oh, get away. Now the gnat's getting me. Fungus gnat. I don't know, do I have something dead somewhere? The stream froze up for 5 seconds. No! Falcor! Atreyu! I don't know why. Why is there always secret screws? It's because there's a million screws in this machine. That's why. I think I got them all. Okay. All right, and the motherboard is out. Huh. I'm looking at this. This is not normally how this power button cable is kind of positioned, but looks a little bit suspect to me, but oh yeah, and somebody's been peeling up this power board, kind of looking in here going, I wonder why it's not turning on. Maybe it's this power button. Nope, it's not that. Something more severe. Okay, so I'm going to pull off this heatsink because, you know, that's how it works. We're going to pull it off, and that will determine if it's liquid metal right off the bat. Because they could have taken the liquid metal off of this and it leaked everywhere. When Nate attacks gnats. When Nate attacks. You know that movie. It's hilarious. All right, so the winner chicken dinner on the poll is capacitor 42%, MOSFET 44%, LLM 36%, 35%. So, you know, no consensus at all. So it was useless, but it was for fun. Okay. All right, and the heatsink is off. All right, so there's nothing on here. There's no heatsink compound on here whatsoever. So it's all been cleaned off. It was liquid metal at one point, or 2 points, or 3 points, but it's not anymore. And I don't see any leaking out the edge here. So the LLM would be on here, or the liquid metal, and then there's a dam. It's fully intact, and then it would leak out. It would get on this plastic. We should look around real quick. All right, 0 ohms. You know, the last time I opened one of these and someone said that it was a 0 ohm short, it ended up being a cable that just wasn't, it was kind of shorting out to the board. So that'd be funny if that's the same thing we have going on here. But I don't see any issues. Did you see anything? Kill the poll. The poll is killed. Okay. New poll. What are we polling now? What are we polling now? All right, let me just find a main power rail here. Let's go over here. So here's our power management chip right there. And it's actually going to come in through, I think it comes right here. So the DC jack comes in, goes through these 4 MOSFETs right here. So we have 2 in parallel again. There's no paste on this machine. I went to another repair shop first. So we're going to test here coming in, no short. We're going to test going out, no short. And right here we do have a short. So again, we have that pair. So DC jack, 20 volts will come in here. 20 volts will go through this one, then go through this one, and then energize the main power rail right here. You can kind of see the track. Let's see. Oh yeah, you can see the track right here. It comes over here, it comes through that. Goes this way, then it energizes over here. This is the charging circuit for the battery. I have seen this be shorted all the way to ground before, so I've seen it where this is shorted and this one is shorted. So basically sent the voltage through here, sent it through this one, and instead of going out to the battery, it went straight to here down the ground. But those aren't shorted right there. I just tested that. And that could happen from fake batteries. So now I want to see if these are shorted. So these aren't shorted. What about this one? That's not shorted either. What about the gates? The gates of hell. Nope, not shorted. Okay, so these aren't bad, so that's good. The power management chip, does that look messed up? Is that a dark spot right there? That looks interesting. But I don't see anything obvious here. So we can inject voltage at this point. The short is so low, I mean, it's basically 0. Like for instance, if I just put it right here, we're at 0.1. Now if I go to ground, we're at, why is it higher now? Hold on. What the what? What in the wide world of sports? Why is it moving around so much? My probes are all old. Okay, there you go. 0.13. Whew, sorry for all that beeping. That stresses me out. All right, so we're gonna go thermal. We're gonna inject voltage. Now, because it's almost 0, it's almost 0. We don't need anything more than like a ½ volt or 0.4. We don't even need that much. Do you guys like seeing the injection tool while I do this or not? Do you like me putting the view on there so you can see how much current's being pulled? I'll do that just because I didn't do it on the last two. So we'll put that right here. We're going to go thermal, and then we're going to switch this to camera. There we go. So we're going to go down to, we'll do ½ volt. More power, Scotty. All right, so I'm going to put alligator clip on ground, and then we are going to inject where? On the current sense resistor? Sure. All right. Ooh, that's a lot. 8 amps. I'm going to go down more. That was 8 amps at ½ volt. So now we're at 0.3 volts. 4 amps, 5 amps. So I got a bunch of reflections. I'm going to raise this up so we can kind of see the whole board. Okay, here we go. These are all reflections in the middle, so ignore those. I'm going to move around. Ooh, it's a lot of amps for not getting anything getting hot. I'm going to rotate the board so I can see over here in this daughter board area. We might need to switch to the floor one, or not the floor one, the thermal master. This is the floor one Pro we're using, and there's a lot of reflections sometimes. That's what I don't like about this one. God, that noise is also annoying. Okay, I don't see anything on this side. Let's flip it over and inject on this side now. And we can use that area that we measured next to the RAM. Actually, let's take the RAM out. That would be smart. And we could disconnect the daughter board if we need to, but first we're just going to kind of go this route with it. So I'm going to use the same area that we were measuring earlier. So 4 amps. Ooh, that's interesting. Time to flip the board. This is very interesting. So I wish I could make this beeping not so loud because it does bother me even. I'm sure it's bothering you. 6 amps, 8 amps, 6 amps, 9 amps, 9 amps. This is crazy. Okay, what I'm trying to do here, hold on, let me go back over to this view. Okay, I don't know which side of the cap is ground and which side's not. Okay, so the easiest way to do that is to inject voltage on here right? And then see the difference in the amount of current that's going into it. Dude, it's the same. It's 9 amps either way. So if I touch on this side, that's 9 amps. So I touch on this side, it's 9 amps. It's like it's the same. Huh. All right. So what are we saying? 40 ohm resistance on the speaker sure quiet it down. Oh. You know, I can't remember if I opened this one up and put a... I usually just put a piece of tape over the speakers on those, but that's a good idea. 40 ohm resistor. I like that idea. Because it is pretty loud and annoying, right? Yeah, I got to think about that. Anyway. All right, I'm going to switch over to our Thermal Master, just so we can kind of see a little more clearly. So Thermal Master is booting up right now. Thermal Master, go. All right, now we're under our Thermal Master. So this should actually pick it up a little bit easier. Gosh, this is so loud. 5 amps, 4 amps. Okay, so this is going to be this side. So this is our side. All right, move around. Oh my gosh. This is the loudest thing. So this has to be some sort of liquid metal under the CPU or under somewhere. Where is it? My ears, my ears. Okay, we can switch to a power supply maybe, but this is just... What? Maybe we should open up this short killer and fix the speaker on it. Oh my gosh. What is wrong? Where's the short at, people? Maybe I should mute the microphone while I'm doing this. Or at least turn it down. There we go. I got the thing. Here, I'm going to turn this down. Was that better? Okay, we found it. Gosh, that was crazy. Not bothering you. All right, so it was over here somewhere. Yeah, I turned down the sound for you. Okay, over here. It was on the CPU, but we couldn't tell. And so that's it. So whoever voted for MOSFET is the wiener, chicken dinner. So it just means that the high side and the low side, so you have 2 MOSFETs in each one of these packages, and 20 volts comes in, it's supposed to tap off the center of the power of the CPU, but it's actually going straight down the ground. So it's taking that full range all the way down the ground. And that's why it almost looks like a 0 ohm short. We found it kinda. I don't know which one it is, but we're gonna have to use more granular injection in this area just to kind of figure it out, but we at least know where to look now. I kind of think it's this guy. Both of these were kind of heating up. Oh wow, look at that. Look at that, bro. You can see it. Can you see that? Yeah, spicy pillow. It's a spicy meatball. Can you see the curvature? Let's see. I'm trying to get it. Well, I don't know if it really represents it. Right there, I can kind of see it better. There you go. So you see how this is a flat contour and this one kind of has a bump here? So this basically, instead of the other ones you saw where it goes straight through like this, it's actually going like this back to ground. So 20 volts is coming in, and instead of going out that way, it's actually leaving and going straight back to ground over here. Or versa versa. So you can actually see how fugly this one is. Oh, you can see how burnt it is right there too. Wow. Oh, okay, this is good. What if we have a shorted cap too? Look at that. This is no bueno, guys. This may be really bad underneath there. But I'm going to replace these capacitors too while we're at it, this whole area. But you can see that bulge. All right, let's just get this taken off, move on. So what time is it? 9:28. We still have time. All right. The trace looks pretty cooked, though. It does look pretty cooked. So we're going to take that guy off. Let's see. Do I want to save this plastic so it doesn't melt? Yes. Let me pull this off. But that was hard. You see how it was difficult because there were so many amps that was being dumped in there, and you're like, what's getting hot? You have no idea. And then it's like such low resistance that you think that it would be a capacitor, but it's not getting hot somewhere. That's because these MOSFETs can take it, and so it's very tricky. So that's why I kind of added that, but a diode still could have done it too. The pads look very burned. They do. We'll remove it, and let's see. The mighty Python. Remove the supports! Check traces. Well, after I take this off, I'll check the traces. Where is... Need some flux. Flux, where out though? Okay. There's a good liquid metal alternative. Well, we use PTM 7950. I hear MX7 is really good. Oh, it smells. Ooh, it's smelly. Okay, I'm gonna move up closer to the air. It smells like a house, a burning house on fire. Yep, there's some definite char under here. Hopefully the layers aren't messed up underneath there, and that would even make more sense why we wouldn't see it if it was shorted underneath. MX6 or PTM 7950. So I believe that there is armature sprocket crushing the interference, which in turn caused the combustion line to interfere. Are you a mechanic? It sounds like it. That's so funny. Oh, it's welded. It's welded. Trying to be careful. It's welded. Come on, baby. Might have to grind this thing off of here. Yeah, I'm going to grind it, I think. Oh, it's taking that whole pad. Hold on. Let me back this out. So these are all welded on here. Let me grind this thing down or break it or something. Ugh, I hate this. See if I can break the chip first. Let's see. Nope, it's not going to work. Let me see if I can grind it. So when it's welded to the actual board, I don't want to take the whole trace with it or else I have to rebuild too much. So I'm going to try to take down that chip here on this side. So get this whole side unattached. And break it apart. Similar to last week, except last week had a hole right in through the board. So I'm hoping we're not going to get to that point. I believe that we'll be able to get this off of here and then kind of grind it down flat enough to put a new one on. But this may be inside the board layers for all I know. Alright, so hopefully that's good enough to get half of it off. Okay, let me clean that up. No sir, don't like it at all. Not a fan, Stan. Alright, so there's kind of done. Now I'm going to try to heat it up again and try to get it off again. So hopefully we can get one half of it off. It's good for toenails too. It's very versatile. I like those lasers to remove it. Yeah, you go zoom, 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 zoom. Yeah, that's definitely good ASMR. Okay. See how it's like attached over here still? We're trying to break all this stuff off of here is what we're trying to do. There we go, got it. Okay, so this is still attached right there. Get those off. Yeah, nice, like that. What about that one? Drill, baby, drill! I don't wanna. Let me zoom in a little bit. Don't wanna. Can't stand ya. All right, so it looks like this trace goes straight across here and there's a cap on there. And that's what I'm trying to not get to come off. So we might need to grind all this stuff off of here. Let me get this one pad off of here. It's still welded. Keep coming. Yeah. Not an easy fix, guys. No. Okay. We have to be careful with this. The more I mess with it, the more I feel like it's about to break. And then if I start grinding on this, it's going to go bloop. It's going to like jump off of there. I know it is. I'm going to have to be very careful here. So I'm going to come in at a low angle and see if that helps. Low angle. Ooh. See if I can get as flat as possible. Because this is still part of the chip that's here, that's still stuck onto the pad on the board. And so all we need to do is just get this chip lowered down as flat as possible so when we reattach a new one, it fixes it. Theoretically, in theory. Allegedly. Come on, baby. You can do it, Falcor. Oh my gosh. It's just little movements. If I move too much, then we're one wrong movement, it will rip it all the way off. You thought about getting 2 cats and naming one Mr. Clinton and the other one Blackberry, ensuring one of them meows a lot, possibly by scratching his back. Oh, Mr. Clinton. Poor Mr. Clinton. Isn't he getting sick? Ah, that's what I didn't want. Stop it. Okay, take a break. Take a break, bro. Nothing to see here. Whew, did you see that? It just kind of, just a little bit of a movement lifted that thing up. Let me get all this sawdust out of here. Oh, I'm starting to sweat. Starting to sweat. Oh my gosh, so many shards of metal. So much stuff everywhere. Okay, I don't know. I have no idea. Definitely looks better. Definitely looks much better. Yeah, we're getting closer for sure. Now, I feel like I'm doing some sort of surgery. Is the short gone? Let me check that after I get all this junk out of here. I'm gonna have to reheat this to make sure that we have all the solder melted right. So I'm gonna reflux it and remelt it. And then that should kind of push stuff where it goes. So yeah, we'll check for the short now. I just want to see these pads kind of clear up a little bit. Those pads are looking good. What about this stuff? What is this? What's going on here? Is there a piece of metal kind of pushed across there? Oh, looks like it. I gotta figure out how to get that out of there. What do you think? What do you think? Oh, open chip surgery. That's a good one. This is pretty tiny, guys. Here's a quarter. So there you go. That's what I'm working on. That's a quarter. I think this is metal kind of pushed across here. What do you think? It's just like when I sanded this, maybe? Or is it supposed to be connected together? I don't think they are, because this looks like a separate pad. Should I grind it some more? Scared. See what it looks like on a donor board. That's a good idea. You're sharp. Yeah, I think it's from this, maybe. Am I making it worse doing this? I don't know what I'm doing. It's like I'm smearing the metal. Okay, yeah, let me grab a donor board. We'll see if I have one with the MOSFET off already on this one. Metal bridge has a blown component. All right, so this is a AMD edition. So let me grab one with the AMD on it. Here we go. Oh. All right, so here's a donor board right here, and this one has all of its MOSFETs in place. So we can take one off to kind of look at what it's supposed to look like. I think that's what I want to do, and then we'll use this as our replacement MOSFET. How's that? Sound like a good deal? So let me pull this one off, and then we'll see what the pads look like. That's smart. That's working smart. Use tweezers to hold the cap down and then grind the rest. Okay, that's a good idea. Definitely looks separate. I think it's supposed to be separate for sure. All those pins look separate, all those pins look separate. Digital watch gears. Yep. I'm building myself a Rolex right now before your eyes. Look how much better that one looks. Can we make it look like that again? But is the short gone? I can't check for the short until we resolve this area right there. All right, so I'm going to set this aside as our brand new MOSFET, and let's zoom in and kind of see what this looks like, and then we'll compare it. Believe me, I want to check for a short. I want to check it, but I want to check that we have it good. Okay. Okay, so this is a separate track that goes straight across here. Is it connected to one of these? Let's make sure. Skip. Ship in a bottle. Yep, there you go. That's a good analogy. All right, so I'm going to measure here. So that's not connected there. Not connected there. But this is connected there. Okay, so these are connected, right? That's the measurement. Wait, or not. No, is the capacitor still filling up? Right, or no? 1.6 ohms. So maybe that's going across the CPU. Wait a minute. Is this ground? What is it? I'm confused. Point. Okay, so this is not connected to this. Okay, so this is the CPU output, or it's ground. Anyway, regardless, they're not connected. So none of these should be connected together. All right, that's all I'm trying to do. Okay, we got that. But is there still a short? So now we go back to our horror show, Freddy Krueger's horror show right here, checking in. Oh, I should hydrate. You guys are smart. I haven't had a sip of water the whole time. There we go. Okay. Pull up the schematic for the 16R1 AMD. I don't know if I have the AMD edition. So there's some chunks of metal in here that I'm trying to deal with. And that's what I want to try to get out of here. And this thing is so freaking messed up. Bro. Stay down, stay down, stay down, right there. Should I grind some more and just kind of hold it down? The green juice sponsor? Yeah, we were out of green juice, so I had to use water, supplement water for it. Oh, it's getting hot. What time is it? Oh, we've got 15 minutes. 15 minutes, guys. That'd be cool if we can get this working. I gotta get a lower entry angle or else I'm gonna jump again. Keeps wanting to grab right there on that lip. There we go. We're almost down to the pad itself. Good. Okay, we're down to the pad. So that looks good. Oh, botched. No. No. Oh, gosh. Okay, did y'all see what happened? The last second? It's really hard to see. You're like, stop. No, don't do it anymore. I think we're okay. There it is. Good. Get out of there. Get out of there, little hole. So maybe that was attached to that. It almost looks like it's attached. But maybe it's just really close to it. Maybe that's what's going on. That one pad right there looks like it's like, because I kind of stretched this one so much. I think that's, should not touch there. It needs to be moved back over. So maybe we need to cut off that pad. This pad broke off, but I think we'll be able to solder to it just fine. This one, just need to get that piece of metal out of there. Wow. So, copper from the chip. So this is copper from the board. The metal that you're seeing is kind of from the chip, is the leg. So we got it down to the copper to the board. And we just need to get it so it lays as flat as possible. And if we can get this flat right here, this little strip, then we'll be able to have the chip sit down and it will be able to solder these pins at the end just fine. But you see how I kind of flattened this and ground it down? It almost like flattened the metal like you're forging it. So like these are really close together. All right, I'm happy now to check for a short. So the question is the short still there? Let me dry this stuff out real quick. Does anyone think the short's going to be there still? Because it could just be in the board layers and we're done. It's definitely going to need some more work still, but okay. You ready for this? Do we have a short still? Check for the loose cap. The loose cap's floating right now because I don't have it attached really. All right, so main power rail is going to be right here, probably, I think. Board mask to separate it. Mask the board to separate it, yes. So whenever I do it, I'm going to have to mask it however I can, but whenever I put masking down or board, solder mask down, or is that what it is, solder mask? It ends up creating like a bulge, so it's going to be hard to do this. What I kind of want to do is kind of push this over a little bit. But I don't know yet what I'm going to do. All right, so this side of the cap is 0. This side of the cap is 0.4. So we're still at 0.4. And what's this measuring right here? 0.4. I think a CPU's done, bro. I think another MOSFET shorted because whenever we're in the thermal camera, this one, I think this one was heating up too. And right now the CPU is measuring at 0.4, which is really low for a CPU. So the CPU is probably smoked. But if I measure right here, 0.3. If I measure over here, 0.4. If I measure across, we're getting 0. So I think we have another MOSFET that's shorted. And it can't be this because this would short back to ground. Well, I guess maybe it could still be. But I'm going to inject voltage, but we'll do a bypass method, and let's see if we have another thing. You want to measure what it's supposed to be on a donor board? I don't think it's going to be 0.3 or 0.4. 0.7, 0.8? Although this one has a bad CPU too, probably, so I can't speak to that. All right, so I'm going to do a bypass injection here. Get ready for some beeping in your ears again. I stepped away for a half hour and I just came back. What the hell is wrong with this motherboard? So this MOSFET on the CPU was completely bulged. You can actually see it. We had to grind it down to even get it off the board, or else it was going to rip the whole pads off, and then we had to grind down all the pads, or else we were going to have to rebuild that. So right now we're about to do a bypass method to figure out if we have another MOSFET shorted. And this has been shorting out the AC adapter every time you plug it in, which means it's sitting right through the CPU. So this one's shorted out, that one's shorted out. So going thermal, and I'm going to up the voltage here. Not loud. It's a dynamic range cutoff. Oh, so it makes this weird like beeping. Yeah. Okay, smoking. Let me try a different. Let me do the other side of the coil here. Right here. No, it's my leg of my probe is getting hot. It's interesting. So does that mean that it's going straight through? I don't know. Let's try this again. I can't see. Yeah, this is my leg of my probe keeps getting hot. The pad must be damaged and going through another layer of the board, probably. Yeah, I think we must have something else shorted then. I wonder if I can eject. Where can I eject? I'm going to eject over here instead. There we go. Ah, got it now. Okay, you ready? Right there? Yep. Okay. So it was this MOSFET. So I ended up injecting on the main power rail, and then I could see it heat up right here. So I didn't, instead of injecting here, I injected way on the current sensor resistor, and then that did it. So we'll pull that one off, see if the short's gone. This board's probably goner anyway. Oh. My motherboard is finished, man. The dishes are done, man. No lost causes on this stream. We only got 9 minutes anyway. If we want to do our just chatting, we need to do that soon. I don't think we're going to be able to successfully save this, but maybe. If I pull this off, I might be able to pull this off. I don't know. Would you guys be completely impressed if I fix this board? Okay, let's see if the short is gone now. It's just charring. Premise is ready to chat. He's ready to do some just chatting. All right, the short is gone now. Look at that. So we saved the board. The board is no longer shorted, so it was 2 MOSFETs shorted. The question is, can I fix this? I don't think I have time to fix that right now. So my plan, I'm just going to let you know, is that I'm going to try to get these. Sorry, I turned that off here. I'm going to try to separate these as much as possible from this pad. So this pad, it's kind of like, think about a piece of metal, and I ground it down, but it kind of like started, you know, flattening out like I was. Just popped my eyepiece off of my microscope. I don't know where it went. Anyway, but it's almost like you're forging metal, right? And it flattened it out. So I'm going to somehow like cut it up or move it around. Wow, this feels weird to not have it. Oh, here it is. And you know, I'll deal with that. I doubt it's going to work, but you can only do what you can do. I could try to save another laptop. So, but we're not going to deal with it right now. We're going to go ahead and just do our closing, just chatting segment of the night. Bengal, thanks for that donation. £2, $2.70. Thank you so much. So this is the part of the show where you guys can ask me questions, technical questions or whatever questions you want, and I'll just try to answer as many as I can, as fast as I can. I also get kind of tired at the end of the night, and I'm not the best reader, so. But, you know, let me pull up my chat window. Where's it at? Cannot see it. There it is. Ooh. So many words. So many words. All right. Nate's jank. Don't burn through it. Tazzy with 5 gifted sub memberships. Thank you so much. Are they gifted memberships? Man, you are the man. Thank you so much. Let's see who got the memberships here. This screen does not tell me. See if I can see this here. It looks like we got David, Matthew, Potato, ID, and AMR. Thank you. Do you remember Alienware before Dell? I do, yes. And we whenever Dell bought it, we ended up getting some Alienware stuff that was pre-Alienware. So we had some of that stuff early on, but then, you know, never went out. But I remember seeing somebody with it. I was like, man, that thing looks futuristic. Nate, you are awesome. Thank you. Asking about warranties, janky 3 repairs. Have faith and just do the best you can. Save another laptop. The customer mentioned something about smelling through the charging port. So a lot of times when it shorts out, right as you're plugging it in, it will arc and then it will shut off, and so it will make like a spark, and that's what the smell is. 2 out of 3 for the day, so that's not too bad. 2 MOSFETs is a driver or a feedback resistor issue. Lead Farmer is right on it. So we have probably some sort of blown resistor or capacitor or a combination of those on the feedback circuit, and so they probably blew it out again. So that was awesome. I'm getting messages here. Hold on. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, another video. Cool. I was going to donate anyway. Tazzy, you are the man, or the person. I don't know what you are. Meatloaf, 2 out of 3. Whoa! Thanks for the gift of sub. Let's see. How far down are you on the toffee bottle? So I have probably that much left, and I mean I don't drink that often, so I use it kind of as a dessert. But it is awesome. Very good stuff. You saved a lot of laptops today. Yeah, I've saved, I think, 3 other ones earlier today, so that's good. Wonder if you use canned air upside down, kind of froze. I have done that in the past to kind of look for, you know, putting frost on it and then seeing what thaws out. I also did have a can of freeze spray for a while, but I just, you know, I don't have to be that sensitive, and I'm not working on like cell phones or something. Someone earlier had a question about the status of their 7559, and it popped up in Discord. Let me check that real quick. So y'all hold your questions for a second. Let me just, because I'm not the one that's going to work on that one most likely, and I have so many repairs coming through, but I feel like it would have been worked on by now, because I remember talking about that like 2 weeks ago. 7559, work in progress. It says work in progress. Whoa, there's a bunch of parts on this. Oh my gosh. Wow. Yeah, so it looks like it needs a keyboard, a bottom cover, a palm rest, a battery, SSD, an LCD, and an LCD back cover. All that stuff. $481. That's a lot of stuff. And it already has 16 gigs of RAM, so it's already maxed out. So yeah, we're definitely working on trying to get that thing together, but there's a lot of parts involved. It almost would be easier to buy an entire machine in order to get all those together. But I see the last note was on the 7th, so I don't know if they're waiting for you to respond, if they contacted you or what, so I don't know. Let's see. Weird fact, after a spacewalk, the suit smells like charred steak. Is that from all the radiation? I wasn't aware of that. It was still on for Sunday, so yes, we are doing the Sunday stream. Not canceled this week. I did cancel the last 2 weeks, but we are still on for this week. What's the most expensive thing that you've ever fixed? Maybe that $4,000 laptop. I did a video on it actually, but the guy had bought it. It was only 2 months old. It had 12 terabytes of storage, 128 gigs of RAM, and the laptop was basically spec'd out at over $4,000, and he had ripped some connectors on it right after he bought it just to change out the thermal paste, and so I fixed that one. This is a great channel. I binge watched all your videos in the past. Wow, can't believe that. Is it safe? What's safe? Nothing's safe. I have an Alienware M17R5, and until some time, it don't start fast whenever reports that the system is not shutting down properly. Anything else? Those M17R5s are problems. I don't know. Is the charger working properly? Are you using a real charger? Because that's could cause some sort of issues. Laptops vapor chambers fail on Dell laptops. Do they? I've seen that happen, or I've seen them definitely get bent. But I know that there are some laptops that have had vapor chambers fail, but I don't know if it's a common occurrence. We do sell a lot of heat sinks, but I don't know if it's for that. It's probably for people just damaging it. Bengal, can Dell Latitude 5330's RAM be upgraded? Ooh, I don't know. Let me check that real quick. 5330. I'm not familiar with a 5330. Is it a 2-in-1 or a regular? 2-in-1. So here's a 5330 motherboard, and it looks like the RAM's built on the motherboard, so 16 gigs of RAM, 32 gigs of RAM. So it looks like it maxes out 32 gigs of RAM. And yeah, you have to change the board out. It's not something, I don't do upgrades like that. So if you're saying, can it be upgraded like by me? Nope, we don't do it. I don't take things that work and break them, or try to break them. Let's see. Have you ever studied whole flow theory? Never even heard of it. So you piqued my interest on that. So is that, I love like quantum mechanics and things like that. That sounds super interesting. So whole flow theory, I gotta look into that. What do you think of chocolate and rum? I don't know. I've never had chocolate rum. Did we start a Go Fix Me? That's an interesting idea. A Go Fix Me where it's like a Fix Me bounty. More expensive than you've ever fixed. We already did that one. Let's see. You're awesome. Great. Have a great night. Hey, thank you. They're IGN. So he followed he didn't even follow the tutorial. Nice. Did not shut down proper. Could be an EC or BIOS issue. So Lead Farmer says it might be EC or BIOS issue. So you could try flashing the BIOS or doing a BIOS recovery and flashing it that way. That sometimes flashes it a little different. Alcohol counteracts lung damage from flux vapors. Could. I like that idea. The earlier videos have a red-haired female in them. Oh, so like my channel from a long time ago has my little sister in it. That's my little sister Daria, and we had this show called the Red-Headed Geek Show, and we did a whole series. We did them for almost 2 years and put them out every week, and it was like a news show that just kind of talked about stuff. And then it didn't really go anywhere, and so we stopped doing that. Yeah, so that, if you look at the really like 2011 videos, 2012, those are all my little sister. Mine would have to be simple. LLL, battery, RAM, thermal compound. Yep, I could take care of that for you, or one of my other guys. I only do the board repair. So sort of make the SMT into the put a hole through the board. Yeah, and he'll run a properly calibrated wire to hook all the things up, right? Thank you there, Eric. Wish you could quit cramping on my Spearon. I'm not. I'm sorry. It just it's those are so, they're hard to get all the parts for at this time because they're so there's a lot of time involved in, or they're aged. They're well aged, I guess, like a bourbon. But all the parts, so it's going to cost a lot to fix it with replacing all those things. So the service tag would be a lie if it was upgraded. Wait, the service tag would be a lie. I don't know. Which Black Horse 559 flux do you use? The one that I'm out of. Darn it, I don't have it. So the RA46. It was the 55946 is the one I had. I think it was the RA, yeah. Because I have this other one here. This is the 55952-2. This is an older one that he had. It doesn't work as well, and I don't think it has as much acid in it. But I think it's the RA, yeah. A hole flows to the opposite sides, and the electrons flow that direction. Oh, that's hole theory. Is that what you're talking about? That could be a few things. Hole theory is when you reflow a hole through the component, right? 95C is the max temperature, I think. Most boards is 100C on most boards. Go Fix Me is a GoFundMe. I think that's a good idea. So you have a Go Fix Me, but it's a GoFundMe for fixing something for somebody who can't afford fixing, maybe? Actually, it's expected to fix the board. Go Fix Me is a play on GoFundMe, but I understand that, but I'm trying to figure out what we would be fixing. Everyone like the stream before you sign off. So right now we have 950 viewers, and if you like the stream, then it helps other viewers find us. Oh wow, our Twitch really dropped off. We're only at 66 viewers. I don't think we hit a really good max this week on Twitch, so I think that we'll probably go back to our other categories this next week. Thank you so much for the stream, everyone. Have a good night. Thank you there, Gritty. Appreciate you. Order a shipping box. Hopefully you can get me fixed up. So shoot again. Yes, if you order that box, we have the box shipped out to you. You put your laptop in it, ships it back to us, and we'll get you fixed up. How do you clean the grinding residue? Well, I do the best I can. I usually use isopropyl. I'll use a tissue pad, kind of blow it off, scrub it. Hopefully there's no flakes anywhere. I do the best I can. Flux, sometimes it gets sticky, so then it grabs it too. 690 viewers. Oh, we dropped down to 690 at this point. Daria already has a show. All right. Let's see. Oh, 10:05. Only got time for a few more questions here. I'm trying not to jump too high. Per raft, WT is a shorter shelf life, easier to work with, better than the RA, longer shelf life, better for BGA, and has the same acidity, similar to the WT. Okay, so I'm wondering if, because I don't go through Flex like that fast, but the Flex I have is like older stuff already. I bought my Alienware 18 Area 51 in April. Any advice? Any advice? I would just maybe buy the extended warranty. I haven't seen any issues with them. The liquid metal on them are not overflowing, so it's nothing to stress out about on the Area 51, but I do have an Area 51 18 that just came in, and I'm going to do a video on it. He wants me to repaste it, and so I figured I'll do a repaste, a disassembly repaste of that Area 51, even though there's really nothing wrong with it, but we'll do a video on it, and I'll just kind of talk through it, and that way everyone can kind of see what one of those looks like on the inside. I'm sure you would appreciate that. And we'll just kind of discuss how it's laid out, what time the fans, because I haven't opened up very many of those, only like one so far. Are you live Sunday? Yes, we are going to be live Sunday. So see you at 9 a.m. Sunday morning, Central Time. Will you ever get more batteries for an XPS 18? Absolutely not. Probably not. I haven't seen those in a while. We always have them on the list of ones we're asking for from Dell, but they never have them. And then our battery loads, I haven't seen any in those. So to be fair, you're doing well on Twitch. You don't have to rack or anything like that. So I feel like I'm doing well, but then it's weird because I made Twitch partner, but then my numbers went down. The viewership went down. So I don't really understand what that means, but I don't know enough about Twitch to really worry about it. As long as our average stays above 75, there's no big deal. So, yeah, we're going to be here Sunday. Okay, I'm wrapping up, guys. Okay, so sorry for any questions that I did not answer or if I skipped you. I try not to skip you at this end thing. I try to read through all of them, but I am kind of jumping around. Anyway, I want to appreciate everybody coming out. We had a pretty successful stream. We fixed 2 laptops. The last one might be fixable. I don't know. I'll have to work on that tomorrow. We will be live Sunday, 9 a.m. Central Time, but I do 2 streams twice a week, so it's going to be Wednesday at 6 p.m. Central, Sunday at 9 a.m. Central. I appreciate everybody for coming out. I appreciate the donations, all the new subs, everybody who are joining in, and thanks for those donations. You guys are the best. And thanks for watching. Oh yeah, and thanks to the mods for keeping the chat clean.